Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Monroe Town Board meeting for Monday, June 19th. We are here for the scheduled 6:30 public hearing for the comprehensive plan update. Would you please rise for the pledge of allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One, thank you very much. That was probably the most important. We're all, I've heard from you in many years, so thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the public hearing for the comprehensive plan update. It's scheduled at 6:30. We're running a little bit late. Please note Bonnie Grandson, the planner for he's my apology, as well as to my immediate Councilman Cologne, to my immediate right, Supervisor Cardone, Mr. Councilman McGinn, and our town attorney, Mr. Nugent, as well as Mary Ellen Beans, our town clerk. That being said, this is the public hearing for the comprehensive plan as required by law. That said, unless there's an announcement that needs to be made by either the town clerk or by council, we will turn this over to Bonnie Grandson on behalf of the town board and, of course, folks. So, hello. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, town board members and members of the public. I'm going to make this brief so that you have the full opportunity to provide your public comments. This is a public hearing on the comprehensive plan update. It's not the zoning, which you may have seen is online at the town's website. But this particular hearing is focused on the comprehensive plan update itself. Real quickly, this whole process began in April of 2016. A moratorium was enacted. In August 2016, there was a baseline inventory that examined all the existing conditions in the town. And finally, after workshops and open house sessions and various input, a draft consultant report was provided to the town board in 2017. That was subsequently amended based on 2 workshops, and at this point, there is a June comprehensive plan update which is available for review by the public and which we're asking for your comments on. Tonight, there were several handouts at the front of the room if you wanted to take a look at them. One was the map, the conceptual land use map that's in the plan. Another are the excerpts of the vision statement, the goals and objectives, the issues and opportunities in the town, as well as the conceptual land use plan description. And then lastly, because I think there's a lot of miscommunication out there as far as acreages, I actually provided a table that's in the draft generic environmental impact statement, which was also available, that actually, once you translate the conceptual land use plan into zoning districts, this gives you the breakout of what the acreage changes would be. So I will get into that a little bit. But again, in terms of what you have in front of you, the vision statement, that's based on the survey that was administered online to the public. Really just builds upon the previous 2008 comprehensive plan update. The issues and opportunities, again, came from the public participation process, and the goals and objectives really came from the public participation process. The conceptual land use plan that you see in front of you outlines those areas in the town and how we envision the land use generally would be in the various areas that make up the town. The open space and conservation area is the town's parkland. Open space residential would translate into 3-acre zoning. Rural residential is going to be 1-acre zoning, which will be the RR1 zone. And the RR1 zone, which does allow a higher density if there's sewer, that would no longer be permitted, so it's going to be a pure 1-acre zone. Suburban residential areas, they range from SR10, which are 10,000 square feet, to SR20, which are 20,000 square foot lots. The existing neighborhoods in the town, for the most part, they're staying the same zoning, with the exception of the area that's alongside the north end of the Village of Monroe boundary, as well as north of the Quickway. There's some proposals to change that area to suburban residential SR10. Urban residential, multiple dwelling zoning coincides with that urban residential color that you see on the conceptual land use map. There's no proposed changes to that. The neighborhood businesses, they will remain, they're scattered throughout the town, but they're just little neighborhood centers to allow a deli or a convenience store, maybe even a restaurant. General business, that's really general commercial uses that are allowed presently and will continue to be allowed along Route 17M. And then you see the multiple use mixed commercial center, which is really encompassing that part of Harran Business Center, which is already built out with big box retail, as well as the residential development that's over there. And then the remaining lands along 17 are earmarked for light industry or heavy industry. And you'll see in the acreages table that we're really proposing to change a lot of what's heavy industry to light industry. And you'll see that in the zoning map that's online. With the intent to really focus the LI and the HI districts on non-residential uses only, offices, light industrial, so that the town has a healthy economic base, and not to have residential uses over there, or uses that are not-for-profits and that don't generate tax ratables. So, real quick, if you look at the table that's in the DGEIS, and again, how this all translates into zoning, there's a draft zoning map online. You can see that the HI district is decreasing by about 410 acres. That's because we put most of it in the LI zoning district. So that's 437 acres. The RR1 district is decreasing by 754 acres, but that's mostly because it's being, a good chunk of the RR1 district is ending up in the OSR 3-acre district. So a lot of what's being changed is, especially down by the park, there's a lot of, well, I say the park, Sterling Forest State Park, down the south end of the town. A lot of the land there is proposed to go to 3-acre zoning, which is 1 acre presently. And as I said, we're getting rid of that higher density provision that would have allowed 25,000 square foot lots there as well. So that's where a lot of the RR1 changed. The SR10 is increasing by 185 acres total. That's to account for the area that's north of the Quickway, as well as on the north side of the village of Monroe. SR15 is changing by about 17 acres, but that's mostly because there are some waterfront recreation districts that aren't used for that purpose by the lakes. And we're just rezoning it to whatever the SR zoning district that's next to those properties. All those properties are mostly residential, so we're just changing it to the same zone. And then lastly, the SR20 area is decreasing by 514 acres. And a lot of that shifted to the RR1. So what's SR20 went to RR1, so it's 20,000 square feet, went to 1 acre, and then a lot of what was 1 acre is going to 3 acres. And then the URM, again, there's no changes. The caveat is the 164 acres, or sorry, the 329 acres, 164 of those are the acres that are part of the Curious Joel annexation. So that number may change. We're going to have to see what the zoning map looks like at the end of this process, depending on whether it's, I don't know what the status is. I rely on the attorneys to let us know how to deal with the URM and the annexation areas. Also, it's important to note, we did talk about preserving ridge lines, preserving the watersheds in the town, and we're going to add about 1,282 acres to a ridgeline protection area zone. And that's going to require that people, if they're going to build on, well, first of all, we're going to try and avoid building on ridge lines. But if they do build on a ridge line, they have to have a planning board review and approval, and they also have to have earth tone colors, don't clear cut, basically fit within the landscape. And then the watershed supply protection overlay district is a district that encompasses the 2 reservoirs in the town. A lot of people don't realize Walton Lake is a water supply, but it is, as well as our own water supply. And that's going to limit impervious surface coverage and try and get development outside of the watershed supply protection overlay, which encompasses that whole watershed for those 2 lakes. So a lot of what we discussed in this comprehensive plan update is getting implemented, and you'll see it in the plan. In the zoning document. The water supply protection overlay, the ridge protection overlay, There's an ARB provision to give the planning board architectural review authority, historic review. We're going to give the planning board historic review authority as well to protect the historic resources in the town. And a whole set of other changes to the use tables to really get them complying more than what already exists in the town and to get rid of obsolete uses. So that's just a brief overview. And we really, again, want to hear from you. We may not have answers this evening. We really just want your comments. To the extent we can, we will. But we will address the comments as part of the overall public review process. After this, there will be a hearing on the draft generic environmental impact statement, as well as hearings on the zoning itself, and then ultimately everything gets revised to reflect all the input, what the town board agrees should be changed, and then finally adoption of all the documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Franson.
Thank you. I think we're going to open this up to public comment. The first speaker is... No speakers?
I'd just like to remind everyone...
George Lithgow.
I'd just like to remind everyone that we're operating under the meeting rules the town board has enacted. So please, no calling out, no interrupting the speakers. There's a whole list of things, and please keep to the time limit that has been specified.
That would be 5 minutes, I believe, for the public hearings.
Say that again?
I believe it's 5 minutes for the public hearings, or are we restricting to 3?
Generally, it's 3 minutes, but
Public hearings, 5.
right, it's 3 for regular meetings, 5 for public hearings. Thank you, Mr. Lithgow.
I feel like a global lottery. I'm here on behalf of Harriman Business Park. RD Management owns and operates Business Park and is concerned about the master plan concerned with respect to the master plan. I represent Harriman Business Park. The developer of the Harriman Business Park is RD Management. The initially started development in 1997, was developed pursuant to a master plan, which was, I believe, somewhere around 1972, basically provided for the layout that you see today. And looking at the master plan recommendations that are before you, I was a little concerned about what I read. It sounds like you're now going to have a museum business park district, which is going to preserve the existing park and its uses, but not change or expand or create anything new with respect to that kind of development along Market Drive in general. And it concerns us to some extent because business parks are evolving. Retail uses are evolving. The kind of plan development that was appropriate in 1997 is changing, modifying. There are non-traditional uses that are being added to that context. Now you can find your dentist there, you can find your childcare center. These things are being put into that same kind of context, novel locations. It is part of the game of survival. It is something that our client is concerned about and wants to be sure we have opportunity to look at those options. One of the concerns we have is that it be a process that's as streamlined as possible when we do that. This is essentially 180 acres of land in both communities, which is designed to be used for a variety of uses. But those are uses which are internally consistent, coherent. They operate pursuant to a civic easement agreement, which governs the relationship between the various tenants. In the development of Harriman Business Park, one of the issues we faced was setback lines. When you have lots, as you do in Harriman Business Park, it makes no sense to have an interior setback that separates the half of the Walmart that's in Woodbury from the half of the Walmart that's in Monroe. We need to have some flexibility, and we haven't seen the business park regulations yet, but I understand there's specific regulations for business park, and we need to have a look at those and see how they work. We'd like to work with you to make sure that can be done in an efficient manner and one that respects the impact of the overall business park on the community, but that also recognizes the interior really doesn't need setbacks of the type of typically find from One concern about it, I know it's not hearing about the draft zoning, but this may affect the master plan. Your code will provide for a net lot area. You need to think carefully about how that's implemented because, for example, in Harriman Business Park, the lot area was developed at 65%, which is allowed by zoning. But once you take away wetland areas or other constrained lands that exist on that site, such as the retaining wall, it may make the lots not conforming with respect to lot area, which in turn hinders the ability to provide for newer different forms of development. So I would ask that you take that carefully into account when you proceed forward with your zoning law. I think most of the rest of the points that I would like to make, I can make after perhaps I have a chance to discuss further what your consultants are considering with respect to the business park regulations, because we need to understand those. And we would like to submit written comments at some point before you close the hearing. So we'd like to at least the opportunity to do that. May broke my time.
Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Thank
George, quick question. When you refer to the business park, are you referring to the built-out retail, Meadow Glen, that whole area, or the entirety of Barton Drive?
When I'm referring to the business park, it refers to the Harriman Business Park.
That's
which is,
developed.
183 acres. It's largely, not completely developed.
Okay,
There's an office site on there which is approved but not built.
thank you.
Thank you.
Simon Gill?
We also represent the owner of land on Forest Glen Road, Mr. Rosenwasser. He has some concerns about the nature of the zoning that's being proposed there, and the concern, obviously, that we have is, well, obviously, as a result of Ms. Cook's comments earlier, we're even more concerned because what I understand the town is looking to do is eliminate any possibility of residential use from the LI district, which is the zoning for Mr. Rosenwasser's property. That land has been undeveloped for an extensive period of time. It is a site which has some challenges and some opportunities. It was once zoned for residential use. Because this issue is more of a planning concern, I think Mr. Gill would like to discuss in further detail. But basically, when we look at the surrounding uses, we see residential uses. We do not see any actual commercial land being developed for commercial purposes. It seems that some form of mixed-use residential commercial use is something which could provide an opportunity for the property owner, as well as providing an opportunity for the town to develop some regulations.
I think I'm going to submit all my comments in writing. As
Could you speak up a little?
I think I will submit all my comments in writing.
Okay.
And I'm here tonight on behalf of some other property owners as well. My attorney, Mr. Barsha, from Site Paget and myself, he was unable to attend the meeting.
Hold on. She couldn't understand what you said. Can you just repeat that?
Stephen Barsha from Site Paget and myself. He was unable to attend the meeting tonight, so we will be submitting all of our comments in writing for this property and for the other property owners as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Kate Triana?
From what I can see, there will be approximately 1,542 acres of land rezoned to suburban residential. SR, or it will be suburban residential. SR 10, SR 15, SR 20, when you put them all together. I am particularly concerned about the acreage being rezoned from RR 3 to SR 10. Usually land that is RR3 is zoned that way because the land isn't really that good. You know, there's a lot of shale, or there's very hard to get a water district, that kind of thing. I'm also unfamiliar with the zoning term OSR-3AC. Exactly what does that refer to? I don't know what that is. So again, I'm particularly concerned about land being rezoned from RR3 to SR10. And there seems to be a great deal of suburban residential. I haven't had a chance to go over the figures too much, I'm just kind of looking at it right now. But if you could help me familiarize myself with that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Tucker?
Hi, I already spoke to Bonnie about this. When they did the household size as 3 persons, I don't think that's an accurate accounting of how many people live in a house in the unincorporated part of the town. Bonnie, where did you get it from again? I'm sorry.
So, just real quick, the 3 persons per household is in the baseline inventory. It's from the 2010 census, and it's for the unincorporated area. We also have a footnote, and just for everybody's information, Chris is referring to the DEIS information. There is a reference to the household size for the Village of Curious Joel, recognizing that some of the households may be moving through the town, so therefore the household population may be higher. And just real quick, overall SR10, 20, and 15 zoning districts are being reduced by 310 acres. OSR 3 acres, that's the 3 acre zoning district. We just renamed it because it's been called R 1.5, it's been called all kinds of names, but it's actually the 3 acre zoning district, and that's what it's going to be called, OSR 3.
All right, and the only other thing I wanted to talk about was the accessory apartments. Now, you and I discussed that it's not going to happen for 10 years. That's only in new builds. That's not going to be in the houses that are already built in the unincorporated part of the town. So with that, I think traffic, and we would need like maybe a better traffic study to see if we have X amount of houses, let's say 100 houses, and we're gonna have 100 accessory apartments in those houses, then I think traffic and schooling and everything else needs to be incorporated into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason C.?
Sure, that name.
Jason Chorlinsky, Village of Monroe. First off, a comprehensive plan is a legal document that binds the town to certain goals and objectives, and essentially puts them on a timeline for the town and the future policymakers to set and achieve. Which brings me to my first question. On part 2, page 21, the town board agreed that option 2 was the best option to include in our comprehensive plan. Now, I might be wrong on this one, but I don't believe that's the best option we should have. Our plan should be more optimistic and more sustainability and controlled growth. Under the SR10 draft zoning that is in our comprehensive plan, you can build a 17,000 square foot single dwelling house. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I don't need 17,000 square feet for a single house. For scale, my 4-person family lives in a 2,000 square foot house in relatively similar zoning in the Village of Monroe. So when you add an accessory apartment of Village of Monroe zoning of 700 square feet to the 17,000 square foot house, you're well over 18,000 square feet. And no one needs 18,000 square feet to live on 1 acre in one house with no water or sewer attached to it. Now, our current ZBA rarely denies variances, which can lead to 4-story walk-ups, which is well over the scheduled regulated height allowance, and well over the square footage allowed of maximum 40%, also going by our current scheduled regulations. Which brings me to my next point. In part 5 of our comprehensive plan, our draft comprehensive plan, the implementation part, we express concerns about enforcing the new zoning and the new building. Once this 17,000 square foot house leaves the planning board, because that's Totally cool and legal, you can do it, fine. What happens then? You can divide that up any which way you want into, eventually you have 8 2,000 square foot apartments in one family house. So, once that happens, who's going around and checking it?
Arms, please, no calling out while people are speaking.
In light of this fact, I'd like to see the town board change some of the plan requirements in the schedule of regulations, which is also part of our comprehensive plan. I'd like to see the lot coverage go down from, 40% of 70,000 square feet to maybe 25 to 30%, which allows for about 10,000 square feet, which is a little bit more manageable. This would also go in line with our initial vision statement in the comprehensive plan of protecting our scenic areas, addressing concerns about overdevelopment, as well as curtailing our booming population across the town. 2 more points. In regards to our sewer district 1, our comprehensive plan points out that our sewer district number 1 is operated under an IMA in coordination with Orange County Planning. And I'd like to see our town take more proactive steps in becoming more involved in deciding how our sewer plant works. I don't believe some legislature in Deer Park or Crawford has any right to dictate how we operate our sewer plant. I believe that the communities involved or that go into the sewer plant should be more involved or have a bigger step in the decision making. That is also involved in part 5, the implementation part of our comprehensive plan draft. Lastly, in following with our vision statement, the schedule of regulations should be changed to lower lot coverage, therefore increasing undeveloped land, and again, addressing concerns of overdevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was good.
Tracy Shear.
Tracy, speak a lot slower than you did that on
Okay, I'll try.
I know you got a lot to say in a couple minutes.
Okay. Can you hear me? I first wanted to ask a procedural question. I thought I read somewhere that there's 2 public hearings, or is there a comment period, written comment period? I'm just trying to find out, is tonight the only night on the comprehensive plan?
There'll be another public hearing, at least one more public hearing.
On the exact same thing we're talking tonight about?
Yes. On the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
Hopefully there'll be more than that.
Okay, so that was my first thing out of the way. When I read through the plan, I just wanted to say there are some things proposed that I do support in regards to the environmental goals, the objectives on preserving natural resources, protecting community character, and the pursuit of more sustainable pattern of development. But given limited time tonight, I just wanted to focus on 2 areas. I don't mean to nitpick, but those who know me know that I'm a big open space supporter. So I wanted to first ask about the density and environmental sensitive areas. And then secondly, I wanted to ask about the implementation of the plan. So as far as open space, the plan, I see it, it's taking into consideration the hiking trails and the importance of greenways and habitat corridors and scenic view sheds, particularly those south off of Lakes Road and that up north of Monroe with the Scunnamunk mountain range. And the town has been much in need of regulations regarding ridge preservation,
Regarding what?
ridge preservation, watershed, and better development patterns and using the use of clustering. And it does look like you addressed a lot of those in lower density in areas that make sense from an environmental perspective, except there's a few that I think we're too late about. Smith Farm project looks like it's got a ridge right across it. I'm not sure, and that approved plans and settlement that afforded some protection with earth tone colors and trees, or just avoiding altogether. I'm not quite sure. I think Bald Hill is another one that you see around town, and I'm not sure if that's been finalized yet, but hopefully there's some hope to have that blend in. But then there's one that stuck out in my mind when looking at the map, and that's at the end of Seven Springs Road. It's only a 30-acre parcel, but it's got a ridge going right through it, according to the map. So to me, that one looks like perhaps the zoning shouldn't be getting higher, it should actually be getting lower. Even if you put in a ridge preservation code, you know, at the planning board level, they're only going to be able to do what's practical, and the higher you make the density, the less wiggle room there is for the planning board to have them avoid the ridge and to keep wooded areas. So if density is lower from the start in sensitive areas, then you have more chance to protect what's important. So I'm just throwing that out there. I think your plan supports a lowering of density up there in that particular lot that I'm talking about. And basically that general area, if you look at the map, it's kind of light green, but Gonzaga Park is at the end of Seven Springs Road. And it looks like you are trying to create an open space corridor, but the long path and Highland Trail, you know, runs along Seven Springs Road at the end there. And I don't know if you're having a very good transitional zoning planned based on the environmental factors and its location for an improved corridor there. So I just wanted to throw that out there. The other thing I wanted to mention, going back to my other point about implementation, I'm not sure of what's going to happen with the annexations or the new creation of a town out in that area, so everything I just might have said is mute. But if that doesn't happen, I don't know if you guys, I would think you're going to stand by the vote that denied the 507 annexation, because a lot of the land was out here when we're talking about an open space type of zoning. And I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't know how that impacts your case if you change zoning, because I think your findings all were implying that the zoning out there was appropriate. And I don't have the wording in front of me, I left it at my seat, but it talks about how that you traditionally low density out there. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention as well, as so you don't change something that's actually going to hurt you when you're trying to defend it in court. Okay, I'm done?
No,
30 seconds.
The other thing I want to talk about is what is there anything going to be grandfathered? I mean, the plan looks good in some instances, addressing these areas that need better zoning, but yet will projects get grandfathered? I mentioned a few last year at the public hearing for hardships about Henry Farms project. That project has already received many exemptions, and I would hate to see 14 years later it gets an exemption again. It was determined back then that it should be a lower density, and it got and it didn't happen. And I'm hoping that it does happen this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
John Allegro?
Thank you, John Allegro. I want to thank the board and the planner for putting this together, especially the table, Bonnie, that you put together, which shows that there's a 300+ acre reduction in SR zoning. That's been a point of pretty intense political contention, which hoping that the board would be able to clear up tonight. We've heard from the supervisor and some other folks who apparently support the supervisor's position that there's 500 acres that's going to be rezoned for high-density housing. There's 700 acres that's going to be that's going to be a some kind of annexation terminology. I don't know, a supersized annexation or something like that. And I did some math this morning. I took a look at the acreage on the north side of the Quickway, on the north side of Route 17, which is without the village of KJ as it stands today, including the 164-acre annexation. And I'm left with a remainder of 470 acres on the north side of 17 that are not or may not be inside Curious Joe. If you take out the 44 acres for Orange and Rockland, you're left with about 424 acres, so 426 acres. I happen to live in that area. And we've heard the supervisor say ad nauseum, where are these people? Where are these people who live over there who want to speak up about zoning? Well, here I am. And my home happens to be in a very large part of the area north of 17 that is not proposed to be zoned for suburban residential housing. In fact, my property would remain rural residential. So I'd like to ask later on that the supervisor make a pledge today to stop it, to stop the nonsense and to stop the politicization of what should be a community process. Yeah. So anyway, if they want to keep coughing, you know, they can step outside because they're doing it to interrupt me on purpose.
No, I'm not, John.
Folks, just
You know,
please.
it's really rude.
Folks, enough. Just continue, Mr. Leiter. There's no calling out from the audience, please. Continue.
So I'd like the board and the planner to give us a definite number if possible tonight, including the land that's changed from SR, from RR1 to SR south of 17 that is in the unincorporated part of town, along with the part that is on the north side of 17. How many acres is that? So we can put a stop to all the political nonsense for a change.
Please,
All right.
You know,
show some
The other
respect.
speakers
You
are
had
up
the
there.
respect, you had the respect when you were up there. Show some respect to the speaker. And if you're coughing that bad, maybe you should step out and get a drink of water.
You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
folks, please. You had the respect of the crowd. Let him speak. Go ahead, please.
You give it a Heimlich.
I'm not denying that, no. Please look outside if you're choking. It's that bad.
Folks,
Never from you.
please.
Stop your clock.
All right, enough. Continue.
So as a person who happens to live on the north side of 17, Mr. Doles, as somebody who lives in that area, I'd like to speak in support of the zoning that's presented to us tonight. It seems to me that there's a sensible shift of zoning in favor of more open space along the southern side of the town, near Chester and near Sterling Forest. And there appears to be an accommodation for certain members of the community who, it's a fact, live in the area, who happen to be my neighbors, who may want to live in a different situation. And that's what the planning process is about. It's a community process, it's not a political process. I think that it was a very good idea, Ms. Franson, to put provision for footpaths in the rural residential areas. I don't know if that means sidewalks, but from a human perspective, again, not a political perspective, I have a lot of new neighbors who happen to be on the street, on county. It's funny? It's funny. All right.
Just continue.
And I have a lot of, yeah, you know, I'm gonna call him out if he's gonna be a jerk. So anyway.
What'd you call me, John?
Anyway, you heard it. Anyway, I happen to have a lot of new neighbors who are on the street on County Route 44 after sundown on Fridays. And I think as human beings, and not as politicians, we should take a look at that and consider, are we going to make provisions for these neighborhoods now, or are we going to wait till somebody gets hit?
30 seconds.
And then say, oh yeah, well, we should put footpaths in. So another thing, you know, that Ms. Franson spoke about a little while ago was the possibility of a loss of urban residential URM land, and that's something that Ward Brower brought up a couple of years ago at one of the annexation hearings. How might that be replaced? And I just had a question: what are the reasons for the changes to open space on some of the areas? What are the criteria that factored into that decision? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to repeat some numbers. The amount of SR10 new on the north side is 217 acres out of however many acres are over there.
Lorraine Loney.
So good evening, Lorraine Mon, Village of Monroe. This is my big pet peeve for the last 20 years is the zone, the comprehensive plan could all be uber tight, like squeaky, nothing can get through it. But your ZBA can just give the store away. And I'm concerned, I don't know how this can be addressed within a comprehensive plan or within zoning, but I'm not really sure how you can tighten up the ZBA's prolific variances that they grant time after time after time. And I'd also like to address enforcement by the building inspector. I will tell you that I live in the village, and if someone buys a house next to me, I have absolutely zero fear that there's going to be an accessory apartment or a shed on my property line, because those building inspectors in the village are like dogs with a bone. I'm telling you, nothing that is going to make the village look nasty is going to happen there. So I don't know how you get the building inspector to do more inspecting, but to me, they have to be looked at together. The comprehensive plan, the zoning, and the ZBA and the enforcement part of it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Patsy Wooters.
My name is Patsy Wooters. I live at 19 Mansfield Place in Suffern, and I'm here this evening speaking on behalf of the New York, New Jersey Trail Conference. And the Trail Conference had previously submitted a letter, and I provided you with a copy because I understand there are some new members on the board who may not have seen it previously. I'm here to advocate for the long path. And in order to put it in context, I just want to give some kind of bigger picture. In the United States, we have several long paths. The Appalachian Trail goes through the town of Monroe. There's the Pacific Crest Trail. These trails are basically undeveloped land that has been preserved by the federal government, and that's fabulous. In New York State, in the open space plan, the long path is included. And New York State has not done what the federal government has done, and probably the long path is a younger trail than the Appalachian Trail. And so it comes through the town of Monroe on Seven Springs Road, and that's the portion of the trail that I'm concerned about. It's traversed across Scummernlock Mountain and Gonzaga Park, and then for about 3/10 of a mile it goes along Seven Springs Road. And the comprehensive plan would impact that road, and so that's why I'm here tonight to speak to you. I want to point out that a long trail this type is a huge benefit to a town. It is an asset that the town of Monroe has, and it brings economic development, recreation opportunities for the residents and taxpayers, and greater health benefits too. So, in exchange for that, I have a large ask to make, and that is that a 150-foot buffer be set aside to preserve the corridor for the long path, 75 feet on either side. And this would serve the long path and the Highlands Trail, which is co-aligned at this point. So I provided you with a map and the tax numbers. I found it terribly complicated to figure this out, but you're much more familiar with it, I'm sure. And there's also a Google image. I walked along Seven Springs Road thinking maybe there could be a set aside along the road, and there's obviously already development on both sides of the road, so that's not viable. So what this ask really means is asking a developer who's already purchased land to give some of that up in order to have a trail. And on the face of it, for one developer to take a loss such as this is unfair. the land should be purchased. What's happened in other places along the long path is the Trail Conference has purchased parcels such as this, and then eventually been reimbursed by the state. It's not going to be top dollar. What the state will pay is the going fair market value. It wouldn't be a huge benefit financially to this developer. However, the town of Monroe is giving this developer a huge financial benefit by increasing the density allowed on the land. And I think that this should be taken into consideration. So anyway, thank you very much, and I do hope that you will enjoy the long path and protect it.
Can I ask you a question? Is that on the fifth page?
There's a
The,
map.
last page.
You see the map?
Last page.
Yeah. The last page is a
Last-
Google image that shows it.
Are that green with the red line?
Yes.
Line in,
Yes.
Is that the entirety of what you're talking about, right? in this area?
It's a very small, it's, I think about 3/10 of a mile, but I walked along 7th Street and I measured it with my car, so I'm not accurate, but I think it's about, it goes from the end of Gonzaga Park to the O&R property, which I'm not sure if that's in the town, part of it's in the town of Monroe and part of it's in,
The Gonzaga Park.
pardon?
Gonzaga Park.
No, the Orange and Rockland property,
Oh.
there's two parcels of land, vacant land.
Right, part of it's in Monroe.
Part of it's in, yeah, okay. But it's actually that, at this time, the long path goes through the Orange and Rockland vacant land.
It goes, yes, and then it goes.
That's
in-
not the issue, because
Yeah.
that's already off the
Right.
road. It's the
Agreed.
portion that's on 7th Springs
Right.
Road, that were we to provide an undeveloped experience for people, then it would need to be off the road.
Right,
And the long path goes from the subway station at, I think, 178th Street, at the Port Authority bus terminal at the George Washington Bridge. That's the trailhead. So it's not as if there are no developed portions that the long path traverses.
right.
And there are other places where it goes along roads. But with this change that's taking place now, it would appear that there's an opportunity to protect this portion of the land, of the trail. And that's what we're asking for.
So just quick comments. One is that Seven Springs Mountain Road is identified as a scenic road. So there's going to be a scenic buffer zone established for any new development there. So it wouldn't be visible, we wouldn't want to see the development from Seven Springs Road. The long path is mapped in the comprehensive plan update. And the mandatory cluster development provisions would allow for the cluster to avoid that area. The specific 150-foot buffer, I think that's something the town board needs to discuss.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
definitely beyond that. What is the scenic road buffer? What is-
So at this
is it
point,
10 feet or 20?
it's half of whatever is the required front yard for the particular use, because a long path goes through, and it's going to continue to go through the OSR district, the 3-acre district. Then once it hits Seven Springs Road, it travels along the road. Half of it is 3-acre zoning, the other half is the SR 10, as far as the draft is concerned.
So both sides would be buffered?
It would be buffered, but it's not necessarily 150, so that's, I think, part of the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, when I walked it, I saw that there were already houses on, dotted along on both sides, so it's not like, oh, well, we just take the buffer on one side, that's not practical.
And after the path gets to 7 Springs Road, then continues to through Gonzaga Park?
It goes through Gonzaga Park, and then it comes to 7th Street Road, and then it goes through the O&R property.
Is your group looking to buy that property?
Well, in the past, the group is not looking to purchase the entire lot, but it would be interested in purchasing the corridor.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think we have the cash in our pocket right now, but we may.
And just one question for me, and that is regarding the annexation of PJ. Do you know, are you referring to the 507 or to the 164 or to?
I don't know the answer to that question.
She's referring to the 507. This is west of the Village of Kyrus.
Does that answer your question?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. So the annexation of 164 acres is not in the vicinity of the long path. The 507 would have been in the vicinity of the long path.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's my understanding,
Yeah.
yes. But none of us has a crystal ball, sorry.
And there is no 507 annexation at this point, as far as I understand. Although I guess it's in litigation, yeah.
Any other questions that I can help you with? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Veronica Connelly?
How's it feel to be 21?
Thank you.
Again.
Good evening, Veronica Connelly, Village of Monroe. I just have one simple question. Because of some of the new things that are occurring or possibly occurring, how, Bonnie, would the creation of the new town affect the comprehensive plan altogether? Are there being provisions or possible provisions being made that would take all this into consideration?
I think this is a legal question,
Okay.
and I think that there's, number one, the town of North Monroe's out there, and I think if the county decides to allow it to be considered, there has to be a referendum with town of Monroe residents, and that's not going to happen, I think, until elections.
Right.
So I don't know that we'll know the outcome, but it depends on when the town board considers adopting the documents.
That was.
Yeah, and then the annexations, the 164, as far as I understand, is an appeal. I think the 507 is in court as well. So those are just not finally determined yet. So again, I think it depends on where we are at the point of adoption, and then either there'll be revisions made to the maps, some of the recommendations, or they'll stay and they'll have to be revised, which we mentioned, if any of these, major events happen.
Okay, and then obviously with potentially all of these other factors that come into play, does the town board have an idea of possibly when they want to adopt this plan? How soon do they want to put it into effect? I'm not sure if I missed some of that.
I think that there are a series of public hearings scheduled,
Okay.
but ultimately it's up to the town board when they're ready to. I mean, there's great comments tonight, I'm sure they're gonna wanna consider them, whether it's lot coverage or buffers that would require revisions, we'll make them, and then, we have to see where they are, after those revisions are made.
Okay, and then just finally, I just want to concur with what Brayden was saying. I also am a village resident, and she's definitely right with the folks that do the, what's the word?
Code enforcement?
Yes, thank you. They are like a dog with a bone, which is great, and that's one of the reasons I moved into the village. With the code enforcers, I think we need to equip them with the abilities to code enforce and not be so lackadaisical, and just, keep on top of it. That would be like my other major recommendation for the town. And I like how you decrease some of that SR to less than 300. I think that's important. It gives ample housing opportunities for other people while decreasing the amount of space that they can do that with. So thank you, and I appreciate your time and effort. And I'm sincere about giving you a drink here. I don't wish anybody ill will, no matter if I like it.
Okay, that's it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mike Goldstein, resident of the town and the village. The first three things on your sheet. Sorry. First three items, GB, HI, and LI. Are they all taxed at the same rate? Because we're giving up general business, we're giving up some on the heavy industry, and making it all in the lighter industry. Do you know if those are all taxed at the same rate? We're giving up ratables?
Actually, GB is increasing, HI is decreasing, and LI is increasing. And it all depends on the use. It's not based on zone, it's based on what particular use is located in those zones, and then they're taxed based on their real property value. So
Okay.
if it's an office, it doesn't matter which of the zones it's in, it's gonna be zoned based on its size and value and construction.
And I don't know, but what's the largest size building that we could make in an RO1 zone?
Depends on the lot size. The minimum lot size is 1 acre.
Yeah, on the 1 acre, what's the largest?
So let's say a builder's acre is 40,000 square feet.
40,000 square feet, and the
And
OSR
times-
3 acre?
Yes. No, I'm just saying that's the size of the lot, not the
Oh.
size of the building.
No, I want to know the largest size building they could put on each one of those lots.
So if it's a maximum lot coverage of 40% on a 40,000 square foot lot, 16,000. If it's I mean, that's true today. These are the existing zoning regulations in place today. If it's OSR 3 acres, about 120,000 square feet, times
40%, so that's 48,000,
10%.
10%.
Yep, so 12,000 square feet, yeah. And that, yeah, footprint. And that has to include all the parking surfaces, everything, it's lot coverage. And yes, the lot coverages are probably gonna change. Because that's been requested by the town board, downward.
So it's conceivable because of the large increase in the OSR 3 acres, that we're going to have a lot more big houses taking a lot more water.
You didn't hear what she said. She said it's going to decrease, that the sizes are going to decrease. She's taking that into
But there's
consideration.
still a lot more of it. The house that goes on an OSR 3 acres is how big?
Right now, it'd be 12,000 square feet.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's going to go to what?
Well, the town board has to discuss the changes in the lot coverage.
The 12,000 is certainly a lot bigger than what's available on the RR1. So we're going to be swapping, and even though it may,
But
we're
there
going
are
to be
gonna be
creating
fewer
bigger
dwellings.
homes. in
Fewer
the same
dwellings
area.
than the RR1, so it's, do you want more housing in that area, or potentially they could be bigger houses, so that's the trade-off.
I'm not sure it's a good trade. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Ward Brower Provinces. Thank you, Bonnie, again, for all your work. Quick question on the overlay protection with the watershed areas. Those primarily impact people who live in urban areas, but a great number of people in the town live in rural residential. One, which are on wells, and I'd like to have some kind of protection for well protection, particularly soil contamination from highways,
Are you talking individual or town?
town-wide,
Town,
at least
no,
on incorporated ones.
sorry, town wells or individual?
No, individual wells, because it makes up a large number of homeowners who are well dependent. No pun intended. And the other thing is open spaces. Definitely appreciated the work on this. When we get up towards the north part of the town, and we do see the SR10 additions there, you know, we have a very urbanized village there. And SR10 is pretty dense. Shouldn't it be sort of more of a buffer zone? SR10 is not really a buffer zone, especially since given the fact that town does not supply water nor sewer. So why are we putting this in place when we have no means to implement it in the first place? Shouldn't it be sort of a transition zone to screen that area? Thank you.
Good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The only one comment I'll make, Ward, is that the SR10, if there is no central sewer, then it's 1 acre.
Yes, but once you put it on the code book,
Then they're gonna.
then the developer can simply
Yep,
get a transportation corporation formed and water comes in, or sewer comes outside.
right,
Thank you.
yes.
Next speaker.
That's it.
Okay, Mr. Nugent.
At this point, I mean, the board is going to be scheduling another public hearing on the comprehensive plan. This is basically the preliminary hearing. You may close the hearing tonight if you want to leave it open for a period of days for public comment. And then again, we will be scheduling a second hearing. We don't need to continue it because under the law, there is one hearing at this point which is considered during the preparation of the comprehensive plan. And the second public hearing will be, prior to adoption. So it's whatever the board's preference is. Some speakers did indicate the desire to submit written comments, so we would recommend perhaps a 10-day public comment period after the closing of the hearing tonight.
If we close it, if we leave it open tonight, are we allowed to go into the second hearing?
You could leave this one open up until the second hearing. In other words, we would still want to separate them, but you could leave it open for now and then close it prior to the opening of that second public hearing.
So Mr. Nugent, sir, you're basically saying we need to close tonight, keep it open for written comments, and then just schedule the second hearing? Is that what?
It's entirely up to the board. You have the option one is continue the public hearing for now on the comprehensive plan until some point prior to the second public hearing. Or you could close this initial public hearing tonight, leave it open for a written comment period, and then schedule your second hearing as the board sees fit.
Well, I'll make a motion that we
I think Mr. Councilman.
Can we still make comments then on what the people would ask us?
Are you talking about tonight?
Yeah.
No, I mean,
Comment on some of
Yeah, I believe under the rules, if the board is going to make comments, you would do so after the public has spoken. So under your rules, you could make comments tonight if you wish.
Sure, good.
Okay. Couple quick comments. I'll start now. All right, there were several interesting points. I'll say this, one young gentleman came up and pointed out some deficiencies in what's been done. He put it out there in basically numbered form, start to finish. I think everything he said we should definitely look at as a board, and Bonnie Franson and the firm should look at what he was pointing out to us, because I think it was very important. I won't go over every item because he did it better than I can do it. As far as some people were talking about the decreased SR10, but the thing I find funny is you got to look at the whole picture. You can decrease SR10 in certain areas and increase it in other areas where you might not want to increase it. When you're increasing higher density around an area that has historically been higher density, surrounded by lower density, which is the way his board was mentioning about a little bit of a transition point, you could even call it a buffer zone on density. You're actually going to take away the buffer zone on the density and put more high density around historic high density, leading right up to Route 17. And there was a recent proposal of, I think, 53 or 73 acres of SR10 to be put across the Quickway over into, right up near to the mobile station, from the Quickway all the way up near to the mobile station, which will increase density there. Let's not kid ourselves. There's certain groups that are looking to do this because they want to make everyone else live by what they like as far as zoning. And someone's up there talking about politics. This is all about politics and political power. That's what this is about. This is increasing our density when nobody wants it to be increased except one group. Now, I was told, one guy was up here talking about new neighbors who need to live in a different way from where they were. If you don't get along in an area where you live and you want to move to a new area, you don't get to go and make everyone change the zoning in the area you move to. You go in and you move in the area, you should, as a good neighbor, if you want to be one, you should go into the zoning they have. You should not say, okay, I'm here now, let's change everything for me, and I'll use my political power to make people do that for me. That's what's being done here. Let's make no mistake about it. And also the funny thing about the need of pathways or sidewalks. I don't know about the unincorporated part of the town of Monroe doesn't have that many of that. If you're in a village, and we know the 3 villages here, that's where they put the sidewalks. And sometimes in the villages where I live, they don't even have that many sidewalks. So this is very funny how the new neighbors need things done their way. Look at what happened in Woodbury. They made sure, the town, village of Woodbury made sure that people would obviously be welcomed as neighbors, but they would have to live up to the standards and the zoning that was there already. They took it all the way up to the appellate division of the Supreme Court. In fact, the law firm that we have in this town is the one that won it for Woodbury. So let's use our heads here, stop the smoke screen, and ask our lawyer and his firm, let's put together the same strategy you put to protect Woodbury from people coming in and changing their zoning against their will through politics and lawsuits, discrimination lawsuits.
And let's get that same policy here so we can keep our zoning the way we've had it. And also, I mentioned at Bonnie's firm the other time, there was a gentleman in the front row there. I said we should have a buffer zone around the high density zone and make that all decrease the density there, not to increase it. That's a foolish move, and it doesn't help anyone except a few people and one voting block, as I was told. All right, now 275 acres is what Bonnie told me earlier of SR10 increased density north side of Route 17. That's a lot of acreage. When you're counting a proposed North Monroe, a 164 acre annexation in there, possibly 507 acre annexation, which is in court now, which will all increase density. I did agree to what would amount to 164 of increased density, let's say 85 buildable acres. And I thought that was being fair and making a compromise. Now we're having 275, the 164, plus, what is it, 73 on the other, on what I'll call the area of the Quickway where I've always lived, of increased density. You're talking about right there, without looking at the 4 points of A through D, which could increase the density another 400 acres. If 4 options are all taken eventually, that will increase more density on more acres on all over the town. So that is a little bit of a funny way of sneaking it in there. You put in all 4 of them as options, you pick the second one, and then later on you can put the other 3 in as you go along. So that'll increase more and more increased density. Now, I didn't see many people, when I came to this venue here, to sign the sheets that were here asking for increased density. I'm sure there were a few people did, and there was a package that came in today to the town hall where 7 people, 7 homeowners, did ask for increased density on this side of the Quickway.
30 seconds.
So, that is 7 people, and how many people are in the town? Well, there's a lot more than 7, 14 people, let's say, if you count couples. So this is what's going on here. RR1 and RR3, you go to SR10 zoning, you can correct me later, Bonnie. RR1, you make it 400% larger, home built there on SR10 because of the comparisons, and with 3.0 it would be 1,200% larger. But now with the footprint being smaller, I understand that would be a little different. But you're talking about increasing then with accessory apartments, you would double whatever, thank you, Tony. You would double whatever the increases are. So let's realize these pre-built homes have been there more than 10 years. So you not only increase the density initially, but also with accessory apartments. Thank you.
Anyone else? I have a quick question. That's regarding the sewer and water.
Yes.
Sewer, does that have to be from Orange County Sewer District 1, or can that be package plants?
I believe it's, we were talking about Orange County Sewer District.
Great. The reason I mention is because at a previous town board meeting, one of the councilmen had mentioned package plants and whether or not package plants would be applicable in this zoning.
I think the board has talked about public sewer in Orange County Sewer District, if I recall correctly.
I don't recall that's why.
Yeah.
Right.
And we should just add that to the discussion.
Let's understand that there is no ability for us to be able to provide water, so the only water that could possibly come about is from Gedali Zagan. That would be the water from the Mountainville wells. If I understand correctly, those wells would be able to provide water for the higher density zoning. There's a couple of issues, and I know that I've raised them with Bonnie before, and that's in terms of who asked for this. No one asked for it. Actually, there's only one person who asked for it. Now I'll leave that, and I'll submit that in writing. It's probably one of the most powerful, influential men in the entire county who asked for it. And that was agreed to as a provision to be able to reduce from 380 some odd acres to what we're soon going to find out is the 220 acres. That also includes sidewalks and a whole host of different types of add-ons to be able to come to a reasonable term in the creation of North Monroe. That said, there's a couple of issues, and you had mentioned that regarding your analysis, because I was concerned, how is it that no other part of Monroe has been targeted to get this privilege? Because let's face it, one of the things that it's going to do is going to increase the not only density, but it's also going to increase the value of the land proportionally. You had mentioned that some of the factors were accessory apartments as being one of the precipitating causes. However, these accessory apartments most of them were done in a way that was inconsistent with what the original law for accessory apartments had indicated. One of them being that it was for singles and couples, and the other one being that it was to provide income for seniors. As we know from both Meyer Hirsch, he is one of the leading architects of the Aronis that are the dominant political force in Kirs Joel, as well as by Mendel Schwimmer, one of the political and powerhouses in the creation of the Zali community. Both of them have a 4,000 and 6,000 square foot accessory apartment. Those two apartments were intended for singles and couples, and when we look at a 6,000 square foot accessory apartment, that certainly wasn't something which was ever entertained, even though it was permitted under the law for whatever reason, or not enforced for whatever reason. The other issues were regarding the use of the monkey survey monkey, as a statistical tool to be able to get to the point where that you insisted that this was a valid type of rezoning. And I had sent you a book, Planning Guide to Strategic Green Infrastructure, a multi-scale approach by Karen Fitchuk. It was from the Planning Association, where it discusses on page 103 that the monkey survey itself, and actually names monkey survey, is of limited reliability in terms of any kind of statistical analysis, and yet we're using it as almost a formative basis to be able to create this zoning exception. There are some additional issues which obviously I would take exception to, but it goes back. Only one person that I know asked for the zoning. The fact that he's probably the most powerful person in politics in Orange County is another issue, but only one person asked for this, and by your own admission, in the emails that I've exchanged back and forth with you, you've indicated that no one asked. So if no one asked, how do we get to the point where, at this point, well over 200 acres are going to be rezoned if nobody asked for it? And that is a perplexing issue, because we are looking at people that are going to wind up voting in the local elections, voting in the school board elections. The density is going to be something which is going to be equivalent to what Kirs Joel is. That is, I don't think there's any issue about it. People have a right to build, but people also have a responsibility to be able to accept the zoning that they purchase their homes in, and not, in my opinion, get a windfall type of benefit which is going to impact the schools primarily, because most of the folks there are going to be sending their children to private school, and as a result, they're going to be, and understandably so, they'll be able to vote in not only local elections, but they'll also be able to vote in the school board elections as well. That's all.
All right, I think it's 350 plus.
Excuse me.
350 plus acres, my apologies. Thank you.
Ms. Franson, I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions. What is the total build out in that area in the option 2 using SR10 of housing?
The option 2, I don't have it broken out for specifically option 2. We know that there's 217 acres that would go to SR, but of that total, a lot of it's already single-family residential development in Long Greenwood Drive, Mountain View Drive. So the build-out, if it's a 10,000 square foot lot, it's going to be less than, again, they can't build 217 acres because some of it's developed.
Would you so you're talking 4 units per acre, 4 houses per acre, four single-family units per acre?
If there's sewer, yes. And, however, you have to still subtract out environmental constraints, so it'll likely be less.
Would you consider that transitional from high-density housing that currently exists in that area in the village of Kirs Joel and the areas that was approved by the previous town board in the 164? Would you consider SR10 transitional from that?
If you look at the housing that's been developed right alongside KJ, which is probably 16 to 25 units to the acre, 4 units to the acre is certainly less than what's right adjacent to it. You know, and as we're speaking, I actually noted this. The town board did receive some communication from Mr. Segedin and KJ because, you know, the area that we're talking about is 4 units to the acre. He made comments that the areas, if the 164 is incorporated into KJ, that the town should consider additional URM areas next to the village of KJ, which would obviously have much more density than SR10.
Right, indicating that the SR10 is not acceptable to them. Is that correct?
Well, it wouldn't appear from that particular email exchange.
Where is that?
So, excuse me, I'm speaking.
I
Excuse
sent
me.
it to all the town board members, you will have it.
All right, excuse me. So basically what we're looking at here is looking at the needs of the people that live in there and that community, that's an area that's in transition, it's obviously growing. It would make sense to zone that into an area that fits a little bit more into their lifestyle, but is not giving 35 units per acre that was previously approved in a 164. That to me, 4 units per acre seems pretty reasonable, sustainable, very much in line with where the way the rest of this town is living in. So, you know, Mr. Doles is throwing out developers' names and all these other names. I don't know who these people are. But if you take the common sense approach that this board is taking with this, based on input, SurveyMonkey, people that have showed up, people have submitted requests, I think it makes sense to develop that area in a fashion that recognizes the changing dynamic there. And the bottom line is this: if there's no water and there's no sewer, then it doesn't get built. So we have to work with what we have here right now. We can't say what's going to happen down the road, annexations, town of North Monroe, all these things. We have to work with the plan that we have right now, not what could happen down the road. 5 years down the road, the town may, decide to visit the master plan at that point and revise it according to, current trends. But at the end of the day, I think this makes a lot of sense over there. I think a lot of this propaganda that's being put out there is just that. It's amazing, and it's inferred that, we're doing this for, to satisfy some type of block vote. But I'm gonna tell you something, we never, the only person that accepted, contributions from the civic developers is Mr. Doles. The only one, who had to have his election petitions signed to get on the ballot over in Pierce Joel is Mr. Doles. The only person that was block voted into this board was by Mr. Doles. It was by Pierce Joel.
Jerry McQueen as well.
So it's a little disingenuous to sit there and say, excuse me, Mr. Doles, I didn't interrupt you. Just let me finish speaking. You've made a lot of inferences here, and they have to be rebutted. Most people know this out there, and they know they trust us, and they know they can trust us. All right? For the people that are at home, that for their benefit, I think they need to hear what that truth is, and that is the truth. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a common sense approach to addressing a complex issue that I think would serve this entire town, because you want to single out someone because they don't support you anymore. We have to represent the entire town, including those that live on both sides of the freeway.
Is that right?
This is
I thought you were supposed to protect our side of the equation.
Yeah, that's what you got elected for.
You turned that around pretty quick, Mike.
Excuse me,
I got 3,000 votes.
it's amazing that you're allowed to
I'm gonna
speak.
name names.
It's amazing that you're allowed to speak and no one interrupted you.
Because I didn't talk about you, Mike.
You inferred it, Joey. You all know what you inferred. All right, you go ahead.
First, you went right down the stairs.
Excuse me,
Everyone knows what
Give
was
us a
said.
fact.
Gentlemen,
You're lying.
Gentlemen,
Lying again, I can tell.
you have
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
You have a resident who was asked to come back up and get and speak. I'm asking, are you going to entertain a resident coming back up?
having second public hearing, I can speak then.
The fact of the matter is that this town is being led down a road where you cannot in 5 years go back and revisit it because the homes will already be built and they're gonna be huge. There's gonna be a lot of people.
Mr. Mr.
That
McLean,
will not be revisited, Mike. So
Mr.
don't tell me.
McLean, you already had your 5 minutes.
I'm rebutting what you said. You lied to the
I'm not
people.
rebutting what you said.
lied to the people.
Everyone-
You cannot
No, you-
revisit, you
Very-
cannot
all right.
revisit what's been built.
I'd like to
You
make
can't
note
tear
that
it
Mr.
down.
McLean is
You
not
can't tear it down.
obeying the meeting rules.
Stop lying. You're supposed to tell the truth up here.
Excuse me.
You cannot tear the buildings down once they're built.
Mr. McLean
It's
is not
unacceptable,
obeying the
man.
meeting
It's
rules.
unacceptable, you're right.
Very nice grandstand, Jerry. Too bad it didn't take any footage there, or any
Oh, I think it did.
traction.
Then wait till the moving trucks roll in, and then you see what a liar you are.
Everyone's collected your ass.
You have anything to say?
Right?
All right, listen.
Yes, I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
And Mr. You have investigated along with myself and Mr.
Excuse me, thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
Reed for campaign contributions.
But yes, you were, excuse me,
Yes, you were.
excuse me.
And where were those contributions from? Allegedly, they were from the Democratic Party, but they were investigated that they stemmed from members of the Hasidic community. That is a matter of record. Okay, my apology, because he...
No, you're not apologizing, you're gonna keep rambling on. I think that, excuse me. Comments from the peanut gallery as well. Gentlemen, we represent the town and all of the people in the town. I think a little bit of decorum and acting like human beings instead of screaming and yelling over each other. We do have rules. Let's try our best to adhere to them. Thank you. Now, can we get on with the town's business,
I
please?
just have one question, Ms. Franson. What email are you referring to?
I had forwarded to everybody an email from Mr. Segadin where he was discussing the 164 acre annexation and whether those properties should be on the zoning map. He then further went on to say at the very end,
Yes, that I remember.
right, his last email exchange said that, by the way, when the 164 are part of KJ, you should be looking to higher density zoning around the village. And I will resend it this evening when I get home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we close this evening's public hearing and allow for written comment for 10 days after this evening.
I'll second. Come on.
What about the next public hearing? Separate issue?
Yeah, separate issue. What's the date?
July 17th at 7 PM is the next public hearing.
No,
Last
no, no, no.
10 days.
10 days is the
29th.
29th. So the 29th will be the last day for written comments. They have to be delivered by 12 PM to the village clerk. I'm sorry, town clerk, sorry.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? I would like to add one thing, and that would be that the town agrees that it's going to supply a red line copy to the for posting on the town board. Reason is that was requested by the Orange County Planning Board because it is just too overwhelming for them to be able to wrap their arms around. I believe that Ms. Franson supplied them with the red line. We have copies of the red line, but we need an authorization to be able to place the red line copies on the town website.
I think that would be a separate motion.
I'll make that next time.
Okay. Call the question.
Aye.
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 I'll make a motion that we place the entire body of the proposed, the draft existing and proposed zoning town of Monroe comprehensive plan, and also the table of, let's see,
These tables?
yes, the tables, the big tables.
And then there's a zoning map too.
Yeah, and the zoning map. For the public's perusal, we should put that on the town website in a red line version.
I'll second.
One other thing, I know I spoke to Mr. Carney, he would like a zip drive of it, so he can put it on channel 22.
as well, is that possible?
You wanted of the images or the actual document? The images, I can do that. Yes.
Thank you.
I'll include that in the motion.
Okay, I'll second.
One question?
Aye. I'd like to make a motion that we schedule the next public hearing on the comprehensive plan for July 17th at 6:30.
Second. Call the question?
Aye.
Aye.
I hope, I had a big problem because I had asked through the town office to have the redlined version put up on the web. I think then Supervisor Doles went to the town clerk and he was informed that it wouldn't be done unless it was a board motion. So the problem I have with this, which was a nice session here and everything for the public, is that when the public did get a chance to look at it on the web, not everyone could go to town hall or to the library during those opening times. I think that really, I even talked to a planner that was looking at it from our website and was told that for even a professional or then certainly for a layperson, the time that was up on the web for their perusal was really difficult because you would actually have to have both copies, the 2008 and the new proposed one, side by side, flip every page and go through every line. And as far as I was told, that's something that most people in the public can't easily do. They don't have the training, and also it takes a long time. So I want to, when we move forward to the second public hearing, I think if the red line gets up there pretty quickly, I think that's good. But if, to be fair to the public, to actually look at what the changes really are, I think we should definitely think about having another public hearing after that, having given them time then to look at these red lines a little longer, because the regular draft was almost, that's very difficult for anyone to get through. Thank you.
We need a motion to maybe adjourn for a couple minutes. However, I see that our town judge, Judge Middlebury is here. Would you like to speak to the board? And if so, would that be?
I think we need to go into
Right.
attorney-client on some of the issues that we're
Right.
addressing.
If the board has no objection, we can do that now, and therefore you're not going to be here the entire evening until afterwards. So,
I'll defer to you gentlemen.
gentlemen, is that?
Counsel.
Fine, I agree.
Can I, just before I leave, can I ask that any comments that are received, emails or written comments be forwarded to me? And then you all need to let me know if you want hard copies at the library or other places, just to let me know how many copies you want and where.
Okay, I'd like to ask you a question before you leave. I didn't know you were leaving. Would you be able to, as I'd asked the other members of your firm weeks ago, would you be able, for my perusal, maybe to draw up a little map? Because I am interested in having a lower density surrounding around the high density, and I disagree with the concept of totally what's going on here. So if you would be able to do something for me to make it sort of a peripheral zone, a perimeter, a buffer zone of low density around what's obviously going to be coming up as high density and sometimes very high density. So maybe you could do something on a separate map that I could look at and maybe discuss with you in a week or so.
Yeah.
I know it takes time. Thank you.
Yeah, the option 2 that was selected is the highest density, and that's the one that we wanted to, analyze for the DGEIS, but the other 3 options were lower, had more transition, so I could, for your information, I could put something together for you.
I disagree with the transition thing. What I found transition to be was people were cheating on the accessory apartment law and building gigantic structures with gigantic accessory apartments in them, which was actually should not have been allowed. It also runs the problem that we've been saying for months that you can't, once these things are built, you can't inspect them and count heads and see who's living there anymore. And even at a previous meeting, a town member got up here, one of the townspeople got up and said the same thing when he was going against Harley's suggestion for a landlord law to see who owns what and who's renting to who. And they definitely were actually on my side of it for once. And they said, you can't go inspect these things, and he was 100% right on that point. So let's look at a lower density version, please. Thank you.
We need a motion to be able to adjourn into attorney-client to discuss an issue relating to, we assume, the courts.
I'll make that one.
I'll second it. On the question? Aye. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll try to return as soon as possible.
I'd like to make a motion to come back out of executive session.
I'll second that. Call the question?
Aye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. We're going to be moving into the first part of the town board meeting, but before that, we also have a presentation from O'Connor Davies. That's the firm that has been doing the audit for the town of Monroe. So, Mr. Kopp, and my apology, I know one of the other partners are here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gentlemen, if you could introduce yourselves and before I begin, who the Monroe Town Board's first time.
Supervisor, town board members, I'm Nicholas DeSantis, I'm a partner with the firm of O'Connor Davies. To my right is Chris Kopp, he's also a partner, and he's also the engagement partner for the audit of the town of Monroe for the year ended December 31st, 2015. You have before you a draft of the financial statements. If you turn to, you'll notice that there is no independent auditor's report in the draft because it is a draft, and we're still awaiting some further information from the town. Nevertheless, we're able to communicate to you some of the financial situations that the town experienced during 2015 and the financial condition of the town at the end of December, as of December 31st, 2015. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Chris to begin to explain to you the 2015 financials. This evening, I think what we're going to do is focus pretty much on your fund balance, because obviously the operations are almost a year and a half, ended a year and a half ago. So I don't think there's any significant issues we have to bring with respect to the financial of the operation. There are some recommendations that we made in the company management letter. We'll distribute that at the end. And hopefully your finance director has begun to implement some of the recommendations as they were discussed with him during the course of this one.
All right, turn to page 45 of the report. We'll start with the general fund, because that's the main operating fund of the town. So if you look at page 45, we have 4 columns on the page. We start with the original budget, and then we have your final budget. It's after resolutions that have been adopted by the board and posted. We have your actual column, and then we have the variance with the final. So if you go up, I always like to start from the bottom of the page. So if you go up 4 numbers from the bottom, you see a negative $165,000. When you started the year, you plan to utilize $165,000 fund balance. You go to the next column for the course of the year. That was modified to $696,327 by board resolutions. So the board anticipated utilizing almost $700,000 worth of its existing surplus. You go to the actual column, you only utilized $556,000 of it. So you had an actual budgetary surplus of $140,000. Now, if you go on top to the revenue section, we'll talk about how you got there. So you can see again, on the original budget, you adopted $4.4 million. Again, you anticipated slightly more over the course of the year, the reason for 4.6. You did realize $4.5 million, and you did come up about $100,000 short. That shortage, you can see, is all on the federal aid line. And that's the aid you get from your dial bus program. That money gets delayed and it's filed in the town through the county. So it usually comes in 1 year or 2 years later. So This year, you didn't get a chance to recognize any revenue from that source. If you go down to your expenditures, you can see again that you started the year 4.4 roughly. Did modify it up to about 5 million. You spent about 4.7, and you can see that you did have a surplus of about 281,000. And again, that's spread throughout your departments. It really was no single department that generated that surplus. It's spread throughout. And I'll show you where that is. You turn to page 46. It's a landscape bridge. We tried to put this in a little more along the lines of your budget, gives you a little more details of your revenues. As I said, your revenues are very close to budget. The big drop was at the bottom of page 47, where the line was revenue. That accounted for almost the entire shortage that you had in revenue. Go to page 49, you see your expenditures. And again, these are probably the categories that you will see when you adopt the budget, town council, town justice, controller's office. And again, as I said, you can see you generated about $100,000 worth of surplus on the general government support, but it's spread throughout the departments. Everybody came in a little bit under budget. You go to public safety, where you pay for security, traffic, and minor savings about $4,700. I think your big savings was on the transportation line. You'll see you saved about $700,000 on the transportation line on page 50. And then your next area is your cultural and rec. Again, you have an $84,000 budget for savings in that category. So again, when you add all those savings up, you get to page 51. You can see that the overall expenses on the bottom line came to $246,883. So how did you do? Go back to that first page. Page 45. That's your summary again. And all those numbers that appear on the back page. So you start the year with $2.48 million worth of balance.
On page 45?
75. Third number up at the bottom in the third column. So you had $2.48 million worth of surplus. We did have to make a prior period adjustment for $135,000. Again, for the dial bus program, because there are 2 years that have not been received yet. So you ended the year after you had your 556 utilization fund balance with about $1,786,000 in fund balance. And while we're talking about the general fund, we have the back page 38.
Pull that microphone a little closer.
We'll go to page 6.
Page 6 is a summary of the balance sheet for the fund, the general fund, which is the primary fund, the town outside village fund, the highway fund, the special districts, capital projects, and some non-government. So Chris mentioned to you that as a result of the revenue and expenditures, that your fund balance at the end of the year, December 31st, 2015, was $1,796,991. Everybody can see that number. It's the second number up from the bottom, left-hand column.
What's the number again?
$1,796,991.
Under the general column.
That's the general. That fund balance is broken up into 4 categories. Well, actually 3 categories. Non-spendable category, the assigned category, and the unassigned. And there's definitions in footnotes that explain all of it. But the non-spendable traditionally involves advances, either other funds or prepayments on usually a pension bill. The pension bill is paid in December, you get a discount as opposed to the due date in February. In this case, the town took advantage. If we look above, and we see that 329, if we look up above, you'll see from the top of the column, the 6th number down, 5th number down, it says advances to other funds, 259,740. Everybody see that number?
Yes.
If you also look under the highway fund, right in the middle of the page, you'll see a liability in the highway fund of 259,740. Everybody see that? What happened here is that the general fund paid bills for the highway. And the highway fund doesn't have the ability at this moment to repay the general fund. So what we have done is we have reflected that portion of the fund balance in the category as non-spendable. And the reason is we don't want you to spend that money twice. You already spent it once, you have a receivable coming in from the highway fund. If in fact the highway fund at this date, 17, still does not have the ability to repay that money, then what you should do is you should report this as a transfer from the general fund to the highway funds and reduce your fund balance.
It's paid back.
You paid it back?
Yes. And that was salt expenditures.
When was it paid back?
It was paid back in two payments over the year.
Over which year?
At the end of 2016 and beginning of this year. And then we got a huge mortgage tax revenue that came in, and so it has allowed the DA fund to.
So do you know the dollar amounts that were paid back for each particular time?
The total.
I understand the total, but can you break them down possibly? Do you have your computer here?
No, I don't much. It was like 190. We paid back at the end of 16. We paid back $195,000 because the DA fund needed to have enough money to operate. You couldn't complete the fund, and you couldn't put it back where it needed to get.
And what was paid in 2000? So the balance was paid in 2016?
17. This year we paid off the balance.
So of course, we haven't ordered it in 16.
You haven't seen 16 or 17.
Right, so we haven't seen the subsequent disbursements for 16 years. So this still reflects that receivable as a non-spendable receivable until such time that you perform an audit and you see what the ending result was in the highway fund. You don't want to pay back money and create a deficit in the highway fund, you're just switching numbers. So going back to the general fund, and you signed about 160 versus the purchase orders.
That was the payment of the debt.
That's what you appropriated.
And they appropriated for the 16 budget. The 160 was appropriated in the 16 budget, which was adopted in the 16 budget. And the unassigned amount, which was monies that haven't been dedicated for any purposes at the end of 18 of $1,307,000. Now, you may have taken some of that money when you adopted your 17 budget, I don't know.
And what is non-spendable? Does that have to do with districts?
Well, the non-spendable has to do with the pension bill that you pay in advance in December, which was due in February. So it was a cash payment. It's not recorded as an expenditure until the 16 year. But since use the cash, we put it into a category called non-spendable, so you don't spend that fund balance or that equity twice. And that's where the advance to the highway fund was also.
Remember, the state has a different year rate for its pensions.
So it's a prepaid expense.
Yeah. Now, we had a similar situation in the capital project fund and actually in the special district as well. If you come down on the column on the 10 outside villages fund, 1, 2, 3, the fourth number down, you see $588,000. Those are monies advanced by the 10 outside villages fund to the special district fund. You'll see a number, 366, 359, under the special district column. Right here.
Yep.
And right across from that, on the next page, you see 221, 854 in the capital project. I believe, Chris, that the capital project money represents deficits on specific capital projects. That weren't addressed at the time we were performing the audit. And the 366, 359 represents a deficit in the water, in the water district. The water district's included in 366. So again, insofar as we know, those have not yet been addressed.
That is correct.
So therefore, the fund balance in the town outside villages fund, again, is sort of escrowed in the non-spendable category. You see the 597,461. It's the fourth number up to the
Yes.
bottom on the town outside villages. So that's why that's being escrowed until you, as the town board, address those deficits in the capital fund and in the water district. And if those projects cannot be financed through debt issuance, we strongly urge that you change. The cash has already been spent. And you're not advancing the cash again. It's a matter of bookkeeping, catching up with your disbursements. What you need to do is formally make a contribution to the capital projects fund to eradicate the deficit for those new projects. And you also need to deal with the deficit in the water district.
Well, the first is that there are two water districts that are involved here. Water District 12 and Water District 14. The amount that Water District 14 is not exactly a water district yet because it hasn't been formed. The town took over the operation of the water system at the insistence of the Public Service Commission. And then the well house blew up.
So we had to take on that
So
liability.
the town took on,
We needed to take on that liability because neither the county, the state, no one wanted to assume any of this.
Yeah.
So we had no choice. That was a burden that was,
But basically, you're recording it right now as a loan.
it's in as a due to, due from.
No,
And
it's not a due to due from. You have it as really a loan.
well, that's what a due to, due from.
I understand, but
A
you
loan
can't
also.
leave a loan on the balance
It's-
sheet indefinitely.
It's not supposed to be there for more than a year. So I have been asking the town board to form that as a water district. So once it's formed as a water district, then you can move forward, as you said, and work on paying off that debt through.
Correct. That's correct.
Right, and that's the right way to go. But the reason the town couldn't form the water district in 2014, 13 actually, when we took this over, is the properties weren't owned by the town, where the water system was. So that took a while. Actually, it was just this year that the town finally got the ownership of those properties. So now that the town really owns the properties, so the resistance of the state comptroller to talk about forming a water district should go away. But that takes the town board action to go and petition the comptroller. Now, I can't form the water district as town comptroller. It's the town board that forms the water district. And so we've sent information out on our previous attempts at forming that water district with the state. But, it's beyond my control at this point. So that's where that particular part of it, and that's the bulk of it. And then we have, not so much in 2015, but in 2016, Water District 12, which is a real water district, starts getting into trouble. And that amount, when you do the further auditing, you will find, has grown, and it's grown even more. And tonight it's on the agenda that there are issues still in Water District 12 that need to be addressed. So that was a small amount in 2015, and it has now grown to something in excess of $350,000 and still counting. And there's probably 120, 140 grand of work that still needs to be done in order to get that squared away. And for that, it's a real district, and the town board needs to make a bond resolution, borrow the money for the district, and have the district have the district pay the town back.
You want to continue your?
Yeah, so the point is, that's why we have reflected those amounts in the non-spendable, because it's easy, the cash has already been expended, even though it hasn't been reported as an expense in that particular fund on behalf of the water district or the capital fund. So it's something the town board should be aware of. And as you keep incurring those expenses, and as you indicated, the water district itself, the deficit has grown even larger, or the receivable to the town outside village fund has grown even larger, you're gonna have less flexibility of using that fund balance for the town outside village's normal operations. That's gonna be the consequence of what's gonna happen there. Was there anything in particular that you had to point out in those funds?
Yeah, I wanted to look at page 64 and 65, and it kind of reflects.
Can you speak into the microphone?
If you look at page 64 and 65, again, this is the income statement for these funds. So what I want to point out is if you go up, about to the middle of the page, you'll see a heading that says excess deficiency of revenues over expenses. You can see that a lot of these districts are operating at a loss. So we just want to point out that when you establish your budget, you need to be very careful to make sure that your rates, your taxes are equal to your expenditure budgets, because you're utilizing your surplus up at a pretty fast pace on those districts. So just want to make you aware that you had losses in the water, sewer, refuse, and fire protection. So you just need to be careful while budgeting that you keep your taxes at the proper level to support the expenditures that are required to keep those districts in operation.
Beginning on page 16 is the footnotes, and I'm just going to go through this very quickly unless you have any questions as I'm going through it. So the financial reporting entity is a description of the town. The town's operation is the primary entity, the primary government, and you participate in a joint venture. You can see under paragraph 3 of subsection A there, the Monroe Basin Joint Operations and Maintenance Commission. You can see that. You also see that in paragraph 4, you have a joint venture for Smith Cloak Park, Monroe Joint Parks and Recreation Commission. The government-wide financial statements, which the description begins on page 16 and runs on page 17, is the full accrual financial statement. What we've been speaking of in our discussion has been the fund financial statement, which is subsection C, which is your governmental funds, which are your general fund, your town outside villages fund, your highway fund, and your special districts fund, which includes your water and sewer and refuse lighting and fire protection. The town also has special revenue funds on page 18, community development fund, and you have a special purpose fund, as well as a debt service fund and the capital project fund, and then your fiduciary funds. If you turn the page 20, third paragraph up from the bottom, you'll see the difference between the definition due to, due from, and advances. All right, due to, due from is cash exchanges in normal operations. Advances are loans. So that's why we've segregated, and that's kind of what they are in that description. If we turn to page 25, in the middle of the page, under property tax limitation, I'm sure you're all familiar as town board members with the tax levy limitation law. That law has been extended to June 2020, and you can see that description there as well. On page 26, subsection D, under fund deficits, the fund deficits we spoke about in the townwide highway and the water districts as of December 31st, those are those deficits that we spoke. And at the bottom of the page, we did the prior period adjustment, the $135,000 that Chris spoke about with respect to the grant. And then you have 2 more.
Then we have 2 more, and again, it's because it's the first year the town's been audited. So when we came in, there were no opening balances for fixed assets and for the pension liability. So we have a prior period adjustment. The third one, which is $14,614,000, which is mostly reflective of the fixed assets. And on the other one, you did shift one of the funds from a special purpose fund, from a fiduciary fund, that was $494,000.
If you turn to page 28, I'll just focus in on the short-term capital borrowings, item number D. You'll see that bond anticipation notes were issued in 2008 and 2013, and at the end of December 31st, 2015, you still had $920,000 outstanding. I'm sure this number has come down with payments in 16 and 17.
That's right.
Right. If we turn the page, firefighter service award program, we've disclosed here in paragraph 2 that the program was terminated as of 2010 when a new district was established. And the town is still accounting for those benefits. And you can see on the lower portion of the page that you have inactive vested firefighters 27 and retirees and beneficiaries 15. So that was as of the end of 2015. Those numbers may have changed, I don't know. Slightly. If you look at the top of page 30, you'll see that the amount of assets that you have available to pay the benefits for those 42 people at that point was $331,248. Those are the benefits that you had set aside. If you turn to page 31 at the top, you'll see that the town has very little debt outstanding in the form of bonds, $45,000 at the end of 15. I don't know whether or not you've issued anything in 16.
No. And that is paid off.
Right. If you look on page 32, I'd like to point out to all our clients that for every dollar that you pay an employee, depending on what tier rate they're in, you will pay somewhere between 25 cents and 10 cents to the state retirement. Probably most of your employees are falling within the tier 4, and probably in the tier 4 range at this point, right?
It's split pretty much between 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
Because we have quite a few newer employees that came in and filled up to 5 and 6.
There's a lot of pension disclosure on pages 33, 34. Basically what this is a disclosure of what your share of the liability is to the statewide pension system. The pension system, I believe, was funded at about 91%.
No, last year,
97.
this year, 97. Now it's down to 90.
So just the next time you do an audit, you'll also have that disclosure. Page 35, you have land closure cost. You have an estimate from an actuary, I guess, or an engineer of $379,500. And you've set aside, well, you've charged $16,500 to the general fund in the 2015 year. Right, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We're in agreement. And at the top of page 37, other post-employment benefits. It's something that the town does not reflect in its governmental funds, but in the government-wide statement, there's an estimate made by your actuary of the liability that you owe to retirees as well as current employees based upon their life expectancy and their collection of health insurance benefits. At the top of the page, you'll see that you currently have, or had, in 2015, 53 active employees and 34 retired employees, and your obligation for their health insurance on an actuarial basis, if you look at the bottom of that column, was $3,071,000. Now, you're not required to fund that. New York State has not set up a trust as it does for pension. You're paying those costs on a pay-as-you-go basis for each of those employees, the current employee and the retirees.
Is that only healthcare? That number's only healthcare?
That's healthcare. Yep. Page 38 is again a breakout of your fund balance and the various categories of the fund balance and what you use the money for. It's a little more descriptive. If you see under the assigned, you'll see subsequent year expense, that $160,000 in the general fund, $75,000 in the town outside village. Those were appropriations that you made to balance the 16 budget. And keep in mind, again, that's the 16 budget. So, on page 39, there's, again, just some definitions. You'll see the advances are described as to why we set aside those monies in the prepaid for the advances. And at the bottom of the page, the town purchases risk management. You should always constantly look at that with respect to, with that, I mean, that's the footnotes. So we also have a management letter with some recommendations. I'm sure, I hope Peter has spoken with Chris and they've implemented some of our recommendations. Some of them are really necessary to improve your external controls over purchasing, cash disbursements, preserving the integrity of checks, not signing checks ahead of time, perhaps even having 2 signatures on checks. We would like to issue the financial statements, but we're still awaiting responses from information that we've requested from the town. I don't know if you've consulted with your attorney, Mr. Nugent, on the letters we sent out, but until we get a response back on those letters, we're not going to be able to issue the final order.
Who are you missing letters from? I believe from 3 of the board members.
We'll share the information with your attorney, and I guess we'll consult with you. All right? Any questions?
Are you coming back for a final, or?
Well, the numbers are final, unless there's some other disclosure that comes back to us as a result of the inquiry, and we'll speak with the town attorney with respect to that. But the numbers are final.
So in the overall, as an overall picture in town, financially, with your review, how, Mayor Koch would say, how we doing?
The town has significant fund balance in most of its funds. I don't know what 2016 how that has performed, and I don't know what you budgeted for 2017. I only can speak at the end of 2015. The town had unrestricted amounts in its general fund and its highway fund. That was, I would say, if it's well managed, it would be and prudently used, is significant.
Thank you.
So you're saying that approximate amount was 2.3 million? 2.2 million between those two funds?
Unrestricted.
We can turn back again.
Page 6.
Yeah, why don't we go to 38? So if we look at page 38, you'll see that the fund balance for the general fund was almost $1.8 million. Of course, keep in mind that the $259,000, Peter, you said was paid back?
It was.
All right, so that number at the end, so that number would avail itself for future budget appropriation if necessary, with the exception of the $160,000 that was appropriated for 16. I don't know whether or not you used that one.
We did, and that was the payment in demand on the June.
If we look at the town outside villages, we'll see that the total fund balance was $2,045,000. And the total assigned fund balance is $1,447,000, but the non-spendable, the $597, includes those advances for $588, which you have not paid back according to you.
That's right.
So you only have $1,447,000 available for balancing 2016 and 2017 and future years.
Until we get that paid back. Until we get that other number.
Until you
paid
get the
back.
other money
Yeah.
paid back, right. And in the highway, you had 427,000, and in the special districts, you had 303.
Some of those in the highway and special districts were in deficit.
Or, yeah.
Individual.
And the same applies to the capital projects are showing a deficit of 505, but you have bond anticipation notes outstanding. As you pay the principal on the bond anticipation notes, the deficit is reduced. If you were to issue serial bonds and take out the bond anticipation notes, that would be an immediate source of funds that would eliminate the deficit. Take out serial bonds. Long-term debt counts as a source of funds, if you will, of revenue, and short-term debt doesn't, only when you pay back the principal in each year.
But to me, the key in figuring out whether you look at the serial bond or a SIP or continue at the band, as far as the cost of the taxpayer, has to do with where we stand with interest rates. And currently, if we were to go to a serial bond or a SIP, the interest rate would go up significantly over what we have right now that we're getting in the bands. So as long as we monitor the band market and it stays in that under 2% range, we're doing pretty well on that respect in terms of what we have to charge the taxpayer to pay it back. So to me, that's what you.
But yeah, short-term interest rates typically are less expensive than a bond. The only difference is if you're doing a project, a long-term project, that can be spread over maybe 10 or 15 or 20 years, such as a sewer project or a water project, sometimes it behooves you to take advantage of the 15, 20-year payback rather than have the current taxpayers pay that up front when it's going to benefit future owners as well.
Yeah.
So
It's the other side of the coin.
it's a decision to be made by the town board and thought about insofar as your long-range planning. So insofar as your fund balances at the end of 15, you had sufficient funds to cover the deficiencies in the projects, the deficiency in the water district, as well as to operate, and as well as to give you working dollars. So I don't believe they issued a tax anticipation note.
No.
Right. So you didn't have to go out for any short-term borrowing. The one thing that I think that we would recommend to the town board, if you haven't done it already, because we have been here doing this audit for quite a while, and I think we've shared our views, you do need some improvements in the finance office. You perhaps need some additional help in that office. You may need some upgrade in software and computerization. And you need to set policies so that the finance people and the town board, you know what to expect of each other. You know that budget transfers or budget amendments should be voted upon. Transfer of monies between funds should be brought to the attention of the town board, and they should have their approval. You should go over your procurement policies to make sure that they're followed. You should follow the New York State bidding laws. You should follow the IRS requirements that require that you designate banks and periodically look at that and comply with those laws. They're all contained usually in the state controller's handbook and guidelines. But we can help if you need any additional information.
All those things you just mentioned, which sound to me to be great, a lot of that stuff is already being done, even though sometimes the board and the finance department might have their issues for whatever reason, that I think that everything that I've seen, a lot of votes been taken on everything, and I think some information has been requested that, maybe came a little slow. That's one criticism I have, because I've seen it happen. But overall, considering the amount of people working in the finance department, like you mentioned, I think they've been understaffed. And earlier this year, and last year, they had been really understaffed for a while, and one person left. But when you get back the fund balance, the 4.626, so the $4,626,089, if everything's paid back, that would be at the end of 2015. That would be the fund balance, the total fund balance.
That would be the total fund balance across all the accounts.
Right.
But that would also include your non-major governmental funds,
Right.
your capital projects. I would focus upon the first four columns to the left.
Okay.
Your general, your town outside village, your highway, and your special districts. Those are your operating funds.
Now, in a town this size, because you guys do this for a living, in a town of this size, this time period, is that what you would consider to be pretty hefty or a decent sized fund balance to be working with for the future?
Well, I don't think I've ever used the word hefty.
Okay,
But-
I didn't put that in your mouth.
But I would say that the fund balance will permit, at this point in time, for you to perform the operations and provide the municipal services that are required, by your citizens, and at the same time, help you get through any unanticipated expenses or revenue shortfalls that may occur from when you do the budget. So that's what the purpose of fund balance is for.
Thank you.
So, just to clarify with regard to the fund balances versus deficit. So if we were gonna go out and buy a new machinery, a new piece of machinery, and that piece of machinery is $2 million, let's say, what would we have to spend in order to purchase that piece of machinery? If everything was all in one, I understand it's broken down.
Right, well, we would think that machinery you would buy in your capital projects fund, and if you buy it in your capital projects fund, you're not gonna have it in your operating budget. You're gonna have it in your capital budget when you adopt it at the beginning of the year for the year. So then you could look at various ways of financing. You could raise some money in your operating budget and levy taxes on the folks, the citizens, or you can issue a bond anticipation note, or you can issue a serial bond, depending on the type of the machinery and the projected life of the machinery. I wouldn't recommend that you buy $2 million worth of, highway trucks and plows and
I'm just
and
using
your
that.
budget. I would think that that's suitable for a capital borrow, because there's gonna be a life expectancy of anywhere probably from 8 to 10 years on heavy equipment.
Okay, so let's use a building, if we were to buy a building.
If you were gonna buy a building,
We were gonna buy a building.
I would think that that would be suitable to issue debt for, buying of a building, rather than deplete your fund balance.
I understand it, but I just want to know, how much do we have to spend if we wanted to go out and purchase a building, cash?
Oh, for cash?
Yeah.
Well, then you would be depleting, I don't know how much the building is, how much.
Let's say the building's $2 million.
Well, you would probably, at this point in time, you would deplete your general fund.
You couldn't do it because the building has to be owned in the A fund, and the A fund's only got, at the best case, 1.8.
I said it was a
Peter, I understand it, I'm just combining all our funds, and let's say we could spend.
But you can't.
I'm just talking, I understand you cannot. Okay? I wanna know the bottom line number we have to spend on a capital, if everything was combined. Is it the 4.6 million, or is it the 2.3 million?
I think you have to look at it.
I didn't ask you, Peter, I asked the accountants.
Okay, you can't spend the money in the non-major. You can't spend the money in the special districts. That's restricted. So it would have to be the general and the highway?
Well, the highway is DB mostly.
Yeah, right. So it's mostly DB, so you couldn't even do that. So it's mostly the general. That would be mostly the general.
Okay.
Unless it was for highway purposes outside of the town.
But if the town wanted to borrow $2 or $3 million to do some kind of a project or buy a building, I think that the question really revolves around what we got to at the back end of this, which is the tax cap. Because ultimately, it's what the town can afford on an annual basis to pay back on a note is going to have significant, in a number like this, will have a significant impact on the tax cap calculation. I think that's, it's a combination of how much cash do you want to take out of there, and what's going to happen to the payment, and what will that payment be per year, projected out, and how will that affect your tax cap, which will,
Yeah,
it's going
well,
to
I guess
affect all of the budgets.
those are calculations, Peter, I'm sure that you're affirming the town board on a projected basis.
We can
But
do
keep in mind that you have availability, it's common practice to borrow money for long-term projects, long-term life of a building. And since, if you remember, I mentioned that the property tax limitation law will be in effect to 2020. So your fund balance is probably an integral part of financing your municipal operations so that you don't have to so-called break the cap. And we all know that it wasn't 2%, what was it, Chris? So it was less than, it was less than 1% cap in the most recent budget that you adopted. So, you know, you certainly have challenges. The economy hasn't come back as robust as everyone had anticipated. It's still a very slow recovery. Interest rates are starting to go up. Employment in the area, in the general area, is good. I don't know about your town. You would have to see what the percentage of property tax collections are in the town, and
Very good.
okay. I've seen in municipalities where property taxes were very good, and then there was a recession, and people just couldn't keep up with their taxes, and
The town clerk.
and you have to make up for the difference.
The town clerk can tell you where we stood
Actually,
on collections here.
Started a really good line of thinking here, and that's according to our comptroller, and I'm glad that you see that he's worked very hard in trying to build up this fund balance. I think we would all agree that just a comparison in terms of the fiscal stress test from the comptroller indicates that we are in a very healthy condition. I'm going back to 2015 that I'm looking at. I have the comptroller's database here in front of me. For example, the state comptroller, yes, I'm sorry. Whereas in 2015, for example, a place like the village of Monroe was at 20.8%, town of Monroe was at 10%. Could you discuss just briefly, one, what that means in terms of fiscal health for a community like the town of Monroe? And also, what it means, because according to what the comptroller here said, and perhaps we need to enjoin the services of your firm to be able to evaluate in greater detail, we stand to lose, according to the comptroller, 35% of our taxable revenue if the town of North Monroe was created. The comptroller has indicated that that's just the starters. That each year it will get progressively worse. And I think, Peter, you can probably frame this statement better than I can, because the numbers are yours, but you're the guys who do the numbers, and what 35% means in terms of loss. And I think that would be our ability to be able to, let's say, borrow.
While I would like to, yeah.
For something like this, the town hall program.
While I would like to answer your question, I think it would be unfair for me to try to answer that without looking at the numbers. But if you recall what I said earlier that you had very little debt, and as a matter of fact, Peter confirmed that the $45,000 in bonds was paid.
Right.
And the bond anticipation notes were about $900,000, and they were also paid down somewhat. And at the end of 15, you did have fund balance. So I think that all contributes to the fact of the controller's stress test, and keep in mind exactly what it is. It's an evaluation taken at a given point in time to see whether or not a municipality has certain extraordinary situations that are putting pressure on its ability to raise revenue and meet its obligations to its citizens without enacting onerous taxation or having to rely upon the state. And many municipalities throughout the state have found themselves in problems where they had to rely upon the state. Your town is not in that situation. But I'm going to emphasize something again, because it did take a long time to do this work. I strongly urge the town to put procedures in place with respect to its finance office and its procedures for budget adoption and budget modification and budget review throughout the year, because you can find yourself, and not to use a colloquialism, but I will, behind the eight ball, if you learn about spending too late and you can't react to it, or you learn about revenue shortfalls too late and you can't react to it. So we found some deficiencies when we were here, and I'm confident that Peter worked with Chris and addressed some of those deficiencies. Some of the recommendations are going to have to be looked at by the town board, and the town board is going to have to put in place or decide what resources you want to invest in the finance area to improve.
I just have one question. Jumping back to what you were saying before with your recommendations, and I think one of the things you said were fund balance transfers. Now, are those like undocumented, or you couldn't find where that was indicated that it was approved, that it was board approval?
Well, you see, in my opinion, whenever you're making an advance to another fund, or for instance, on the water district, you're paying the bills, you may not knowingly, you may be voting on the warrant, okay, so you're approving the expenditure, but you need to go behind the number. You need to know that you're making a loan, and that money is not going to be paid back in any time soon, and that should be, in my opinion, should be done as a board resolution. But
And they were.
I think Mr. Nugent can guide you a little more on that. I'm just talking from my experiences, having been in government.
Well, but just time out here. Every transfer in 2015 was given through the town board as a, now, Chris and I talked about the way they were written. He'd like to see them be more specific as to exactly the line of the funding. But if it was $20,000 from the B fund to go to the water district, and what the reason it was going for, those transfers were floated in front of the town board, and the town board voted on them, and I did not make any transfers that way without town board approval.
Peter, I didn't accuse you of any of that. I just answered the town board member's question about the transfer of funds, and I explained that I thought that transfers should be made by the town board.
They were.
And advances, when they're in the form of loans, the town board should be advised that it's a loan and not a transfer that's going to be paid back anytime
Correct,
soon.
and they were.
So I wasn't responding to anything specific, I was talking general.
Presently, Mary Ellen created a system in place so that everything is numbered through the minutes, and that was with the help of
Yes, Chris
that was not
recommended
previously
that,
done.
and we have started that.
I mean, I'd like to think that we've helped you a bit. I know it's taken a while, and I think it's a process that should be ongoing for the town board. And, you know, Chris has put together an excellent team of people to work along with Peter to accomplish that.
I have a question. Something that we've been going through recently as a town with the county and everything else, North Monroe financially speaking, since that's your expertise. We finding ourselves in a strange position as a town board members where negotiations are going on behind closed doors about the future of our finances in the town, and actually districts in the town which would be becoming their own town, possibly, if it goes through on a vote. But up to this point, the town board has never been asked to be, or allowed to be involved in any of these negotiations that are going on in the paper and everything else, the recent headlines. The fact of the matter is, I did talk to a county legislator who was at some of these meetings. But my fear is, as a town board member, when you have the county and another village group within our town, and then you have a group of people who are, let's say, grassroots organization, and none of the people who've been elected to do this for the town have been involved. Now, would you be, I would like to know if you would be able to do a study for the town, since you've done such a good job with this study, to maybe let the town board answer to us, because we are the elected officials, and let us know what would be the effects as far as tax loss and budgetary loss, and also solid assets we would have to give back if that other village became their own town. What would be the financial impact, short-term and long-term, to the town of Monroe? Because right now we did an annexation study years ago, and people say, well, it should have went out 30, 40, 50 years, we're happy with certain aspects of it. I would be happy with a study of, you know, recent, you know, right-of-way impacts, immediate impacts, I should say, 5, 10, 15, 20 years out, what the impacts would be on our town financially if another town was made out of what is part of our town now and leaves and takes with it some of our assets. Would you be able to do some kind of study like that if we put it to you?
We have done studies. I think there was some further information I think I need to get, and I guess we can get it from Mr. Nugent and Peter with respect to what the situation is. I'm not familiar with the situation.
No, I know.
No one is.
I think there were some legal questions that surround it as well.
Right.
There's probably going to be some consultation with the state controller's office with respect to the disposition of assets, if there was a division of assets between the municipalities, so to speak, when they were created. Fortunately, you don't have much debt, so there's not much debt that would follow, I guess, the creation of any district or follow the debt, so to speak.
And Joey, obviously, if this was to occur, and it hasn't occurred, but if it gets passed at the county level, then the town board, we would retain a firm like yourself to do an analysis to see exactly where we would wind up and what our actual losses were. But right now, that hasn't happened, so it's a little unfair to be asked about something that hasn't occurred.
No, that's actually.
But if it does, I can rest assured that we, since you have the experience of dealing with the town so far, we would reach out to you and ask you to do an analysis through board resolution.
Here's our dilemma here, and that is the board, the county legislator, sometime in the middle of September, will be making a decision here. They need as much information in advance to be able to make a decision. After the fact won't matter because it'll be subject to a referendum here for the town. So we need the information now so that we can supply it to not only the county legislators, also to the public here in Monroe and Piers Joel and elsewhere to see the impact of them leaving. Peter approximates about $1.8 million that we would be losing. That means that Piers Joel would be immediately gaining $1.8 million. But according to Peter, that number gets more and more, grows each and every year because most of the our tax rate, mortgage tax, if you know correct on this, is generated from the other side of 17. So looking at the impact of them leaving is going to have a serious impact on our taxes. It's also going to, if I understand correctly, they're entitled to some of that A fund money because, I'm sorry, Peter?
Yes.
They're entitled to it. If we have $3 million, they may be entitled to $1 million, $1.5 million, unless they're going to just gift it to us. Regardless of what they do, we don't have the numbers. We have what Peter has. Some people say that Peter's numbers are way off.
Can we stay focused on this?
We're staying focused.
No, we're not focused on this audit. We're on this
I'm gonna
audit.
make a motion, I'll make a motion to hire O'Connor Davis to do an evaluation, to examine.
No.
Please,
Because-
please.
Yeah.
Please don't hire us to do anything until we understand the scope of the engagement and the legal, there's some legal ramifications with this, which I think Mr. Nugent and Peter need to speak of and then to discuss.
That sounds reasonable.
But I think what is important, we'd like to get this 15 audit finished. And we'll communicate with Mr. Nugent. And I think it would be in your best interest to also begin the 16 audit. Before it's, we're already in June of 17, so.
With the amount of time it took you guys to do this audit, and I'm still waiting for an answer as to why it took so long. Do you have an issue coming back and doing the 16 audit if we issued an RFP and you were doing that?
Well, we still have to finish 15. So we still have to issue the opinion on 15, and that's gonna be with the help of Mr. Nugent.
Okay, I have a couple other questions. Do you, hold on a second, I'm sorry.
Peter, in the meantime, you've done good.
Have
You did good.
you ever experienced not filing an AUD when the previous AUD's year was not given back?
I thought we were on the budget.
So, for example, if our 2015 AUD was filed,
I think it's off the subject.
okay, and our 2016 has not been filed, okay, and hasn't been given an extension, have you experienced the fact that the 2016 one wasn't filed because the 2015 hasn't gotten back and because an audit is in process?
The AUD that you refer to is the annual report that's filed with the state controller's office.
Yes.
It's usually due within 90 or 120 days of the end of your year end.
Yeah.
You can file it, and you can then subsequently amend it after an audit for certain adjustments. The state controller also looks, I believe, for the footnotes that accompanies the AUD, the footnotes that are usually contained in the audit report. I don't recall in your particular case, you'll have to ask Peter when he filed his 2015 AUD, and whether or not it needs to be amended based upon his discussions with the state controller. I don't know whether Peter filed his 2016 AUD. Again.
It has not been.
Okay.
Well, and that's one of your big issues, Mr. Cardone.
So
the 2015 AUD was filed. The state comptroller's office assigned a person to review it. They came back with a couple questions, small questions, mostly not material. And in the process of getting that resolved, unfortunately, the gentleman passed, got assigned to another person. And at that point, the AUD software was not forwarded out for 2016. I couldn't get into 16 until we got the 15 resolved. I have since spoken to the comptroller's office. It's fine. There aren't any fines that are coming to the town because of this. And we're working on getting it all resolved. They said, okay, 15, we said that's okay. Get going with 16. We'll see if there's anything that needs to be addressed in 16 that would be a note back to 15. And that's where it stands. And in fact, that's what I've told Councilman Cardone about 2 weeks ago. So that's where it's at.
So in answer to your question, the report is due to the state controller within a certain given time period. I've experienced municipalities that have had changeover in personnel or various other problems, and they haven't been able to file it timely. The state can withhold your state aid if you do not file the AUD, and they usually do that by notice to the town board that they may withhold your state aid, and of course, you're the beneficiary of certain state aid, including CHIPS money from your highway department.
Right.
Whatever we can do to assist you in complying with the state requirements, we will offer our services to do that. But again, as I said, there are certain procedures and guidelines that the town board, I think, needs to address and put in place that will enable you to meet these deadlines without falling into arrears.
Okay. Do you feel that there's enough segregation of duties regarding our controls?
Well, actually, in our management letter, I think we said that there wasn't. And quite often, that happens to be the case when you have smaller municipalities and limited amount of people in the finance office. For instance, one of the big things that we were very adamant on and advocate on as bank reconciliations, should be performed by, and reviewed by somebody. If you have a small finance department, perhaps the supervisor can review it and sign off on it. Perhaps the town would engage a consultant to review it, to review the bank reconciliations. The only reason why we're saying these things, it is good practices, and it's for the protection of the town board.
Okay.
But there's a management letter that will follow this audit report with some observations and recommendations.
Okay, so, and with regard to financial information after the year's end, what is a timely fashion to usually receive that information?
Well, first of all, I think you probably receive information on a monthly basis.
No.
Well, if not on a monthly basis, you should receive information on a quarterly basis
No.
that shows the performance between the budget, what was anticipated to be spent within the first quarter, and what was actually spent or received, and what the variance is, and what the reason for the variance. And it's important that you have that so that you understand what your
Well, see, that's part of my issue, because we're making decisions on
Well,
financial.
Again, that's why I keep going back to policies and procedures.
And how was our status with regard to Regulation D in 2015?
I don't know.
The amount of transfers?
Excuse me?
We had an issue this past year where the amount of transfers made in certain accounts went over the threshold of, I think, 6 or 7 a month.
He's talking about the bank account.
Yeah.
When the bookkeeper left.
I'm not asking.
No, come on, you're asking the question, and it's time to get the truth out here, Tony, on the table, for crying out loud.
I'm talking about 2015, I'm not talking about 2016.
That's when it happened.
2015.
2015, in the periods and the examples we tested, remember, we don't look at every transaction, we didn't have any issues with the amount of transfers.
Okay. Now, do you take into consideration reviewing certified payrolls for any awards?
Yeah, we just come in and test. We don't look at every transaction. We pick samples from a variety of documents, not just certifications.
So you don't have any opinion on that?
Nothing came to our attention.
Nothing came to our attention.
No irregularity.
But if certified payrolls weren't provided, would you know that or would you not know that?
When you say,
Are you talking in
I'm
regards
talking
to
about
project?
a bid's awarded for a repaving of a parking lot or something, okay?
Or up to signature.
That company is supposed to provide certified payroll for the workers that did the work. And that certified payroll proves that prevailing wage was paid.
Right. That's a compliance function, we did a financial audit. So what we did is we looked at to see if there was a bid in place, did you meet the requirements for the number of bidders, and did they meet the prices they quoted in the bid?
What is the typical timeframe it takes you guys to do an audit? Because I know, Chris, you had said that you couldn't give a preliminary letter when you guys were done after the first 2 weeks.
for an audit, for a town this size, we would probably put 3 to 4 people here for 1 week in the field to do the audit. They would come in, we would also send 2 people here in December to do the preliminary work, to get out bank confirmations and do some bid testing and confirmation testing. We would finish our field work at the end of the first week. We would compile your report over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We would sit down with Peter to go over our findings. We would also compile a listing of recommendations. We would meet with the town supervisor and the town board or your audit committee to go over those findings. And at the end of, I would say, from December 31st year end, if you were ready with the audit preparation in March, you should have a report no later than the end of May.
How far are we away from that report?
Well, you haven't started the 16 audit yet.
No, I'm talking about the 15.
Oh, the 15 audit, well, yeah, the 15 audit was.
But you said that there are some materials you need that haven't been supplied. And I think it needs to be made clear that the materials you need that haven't been supplied aren't coming from my office. They're coming from elsewhere. You said that you're going to work with the town attorney to get that resolved. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Once we get the management letter, we can contact you with any questions.
Yes, Chris will leave drafts of the management letter behind tonight,
Are you leaving these drafts here also, or are they being collected?
You can have the drafts, but I would urge you not to circulate them.
Is it better just you pick them up?
Well, no, I think it's information for the town board members.
Okay.
I mean, it's a draft financial statement. It doesn't contain the auditor's opinion.
And it
I
says
would,
draft.
I wouldn't use it in an official offering for debt borrowing. I wouldn't send it to banks or anybody such as that. If you needed to rely upon the footnotes for your AUD for the 15 report, I mean.
15 is done.
Well, I appreciate all the hard work.
Thank you very much.
And thanks for all the diligence.
Thank you.
And most of all, thanks for your patience.
Guys, have a safe trip out of here.
Yeah.
That is now 10 o'clock.
Holly, I'm going to ask you to table the minutes till the next meeting.
We'll table minutes. Also have the departmental monthly reports. It's 10 o'clock and we have nothing here.
Let's start on the meeting.
Thank you. All right, you got it. Peter, thank you very much for your input. Gentlemen, I have a copy of the bills. They need to be reviewed if they haven't been, or else we're going to have to make another resolution to have them to hold off.
They were in the conference room on Friday.
Have they been reviewed?
I'll make a motion to pay the bills with the exception of two of them. The one for Armistead Controls, I think it was, and the one for C.R. Wolf. Apparently there's a discrepancy there regarding the fact that it looks like they were both pertaining to the same issue at the State Trooper Barracks.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't understand if Armistead went out first and the issue wasn't resolved and another company was called in, why Armistead wasn't called back?
No. Well, submitted by Bill and me.
Yeah, well, I'll touch base with you and get a little clarification on that.
Okay, so we'll hold those two out.
I'll second it. Gentlemen, call the question.
Aye.
Conditions, aye.
Let's say make a motion that we accept the department monthly reports and scheduled events as published.
I'll second that. I second.
That's for the
Departmental.
right.
Departmental and also scheduled general announcements, everything that's already published.
There's a couple of things. One important one that would be for Wednesday. I mean, I'll do it subject to.
Aye. You could just say aye, and then if it's unimportant, you could just throw it in there.
Oh, yeah, I'll throw it in there. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Just for the benefit of the public as well as for the town board at 3:30 at the Orange County Emergency Service, the county legislative rules committee will be entertaining a motion to to move the subject of the creation of North Monroe forward. They will be reviewing some of the documentation, as well as, I believe, some legal instrument which is a byproduct of some meetings which have, in my understanding, hundreds of hours of worth of work that has taken place. That's what we've been told. And it's probably worth everyone's effort, if you are available on Wednesday afternoon, to be able to go over and see what's happening. And I'm not sure if you're going to be entertaining comment, but you'll have a chance to be able to at least speak with the decision makers. Moving on to the...
I have one quick announcement. Go ahead, Joe. This past Saturday, the Village of Harriman memorialized their former Deputy Mayor, Ed Stewart, at a service at their playground. They actually had a sign made by Boone Clay, and it was a very nice service. Father Mike from St. Anastasia was there, Councilman Cologne, Councilman McGinn, and myself, along with two trustees, Berenger and Dwyer from the Village of Monroe. It was a very touching service to a man who was very instrumental in Harriman for many years, served on the Park Commission, ZBA, amongst a few boards in addition to the Village Board. And I just wanted everyone to be aware, take a visit down there. They did a really nice job with it.
Thank you, Tony.
I just want to say, I know we had a kind of a big intro to this, but because we're starting a meeting, do you want to say the pledge?
We already did.
Oh, you did earlier. Okay, I didn't know if you did that before the public hearing. Also, the garbage, refuse, and recycle collection schedule. I think that's worth reading, Harley, because everyone always asks that.
Is that on the town website?
No, I know, but everyone, I see people in town all the time, they ask why we didn't read the thing here. Refuse and recycle collection starting Sunday, July 2nd, Independence Day week is as follows. Monday, July 3rd, refuse, Village of Monroe and Village of Harriman. Tuesday, July 4th, obviously no pickup. Wednesday, July 5th, refuse, Town of Monroe. Thursday, July 6th, recycle, Town of Monroe, Village of Monroe and Village of Harriman. Friday, July 7th, refuse, Village of Monroe and Village of Harriman. And Saturday, July 8th, refuse, Town of Monroe. Okay, and after that week, they'll get the normal collection schedule back. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the DGIS that was presented by the planner and set a special hearing or public hearing for July 10th for public comment, or public hearing, public comment on the DGIS.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Gentlemen, all right. This was just given to us this afternoon. There is a huge amount of information which needs to be reviewed. It would be preliminary for us to be able to do this right now. There's no rush. There are so many things that are on Monroe's table right now, especially the town of North Monroe. We have an existing moratorium which the town in over a year has not met once to discuss why we have the moratorium. We haven't done it publicly, nor have we done it in executive. There's not an email or any record of any communication between the town board members regarding the moratorium. All of this fits a pattern that is moving too fast. There is no reason that this has to be done today. And I certainly believe that moving this quickly is going to be counter to this community. We are looking at zoning at a level that no one's ever seen in an area which seems to be predictable in terms of the reasons how it was brought about, and to move forward with this without the right kind of inspection, whether it's here or at a county level or state level or at any level, I think is just reckless.
I respectfully take your comments into consideration, but It's a public hearing, so we can get the public's input into it. That's where we need to be. It's 3 weeks from now. Process has been going on for a year and a half. It's time to move on, and let's move on with it. 3 weeks is adequate time for the members of this board and the public to look at the document and make comments at the meeting. It's not accepting it as a final, it's the draft generic impact statement.
I just got it today, so I'm gonna vote no on it because I just got it.
Okay.
Whatever it is.
Hey, Jerry,
Yes.
see this? We're expected to read this in 2 days. We get this Friday afternoon, and you
I'm
gotta
not
be
happy
kidding me
with that
that
either.
3 weeks
I'm not happy.
for reading, and it's
No,
disgusting.
We're passing this tonight, though, that's the difference.
And can we call a question?
The difference is passing it
Aye.
now.
No, aye.
Nay.
Thank you.
And on the subject of the moratorium,
And no one's read it yet, and they're passing.
we're not.
Somebody give me a quote.
Well, it's like.
Somebody give me a quote out of it.
Again, we're gonna be able to read it, and then on the 10th.
I know, but you're passing something we haven't reviewed.
That's what the whole idea is, to
I
put it out there,
understand.
read it, so.
Mike, I get that.
While we're
My point is-
discussing while we're on the topic of the moratorium, I think.
I just want to say what
just
Tony
mentioned
said. He's right on what he said, but this is worse.
I think it would be prudent to set a public hearing date for also the 10th, July 10th.
Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen, here it comes.
Excuse me, Mr. Doles, I didn't interrupt.
No, this is,
All right.
this is perfect,
I'd like to.
this is so perfect.
I'd like to make a motion that we schedule a public hearing for the possible extension of the moratorium on also Monday, July 10th.
I'll second that.
I already made a comment.
Mike, there was a lot of back and forth. Mike, what was your motion? I didn't hear it.
All right, the motion was to have a public hearing to possibly extend the moratorium. The reason being is that it expires on August 3rd. And I don't think that we'll be done with this process by August 3rd. And it would be a prudent idea to, as a board, to pass it so that we, or at least have the public hearing and then vote on whether we're gonna pass it or not as we continue this process.
Okay, I understand the time, it's a time frame issue?
Yeah, it's a time frame issue.
Okay, all right.
We gotta set these dates now so we can have the adequate time and notification process and all that.
We've had the moratorium in place for 15 months. We have not once discussed the moratorium. Can we set some dates to discuss the moratorium that's been in place for 15 months? Or is it just window dressing as a way of being able to delay other things?
I think we've discussed it numerous times in
We haven't.
executive session.
No,
Maybe you didn't work there, maybe your mind wasn't
I
there.
think
but
the
we
public
discussed
has
it.
always weighed in on it, it's been open,
Where's the
public
record?
hearings.
Is that what? Where's the record, Mr. Cardone? Where's the record that says that this was discussed in any substantive way, either before the public or an executive? Where is the record?
I believe we've had, I can't even tell you how many public hearings we've had. Every time, as a matter of fact, we're required by law to have a public hearing every time that we enacted it, extended it, or whatever, so I find it quite bizarre that you're saying that
No,
there's
it's
no
quite
record.
bizarre that we
this
haven't
has happened.
discussed it as a board. We've given no justification as to why we're extending it. We've never discussed it as
I
a
think
board.
we've had, I think we've had
The only thing
executive
we've done
session.
is set up
That's a lie,
lawsuits.
that's a lie.
Okay.
So
Show us where.
That's a lie.
Show us where.
I don't have to show you.
You don't have to do anything, you can just make it up, like 42%.
Go to the minutes, Mr.
Just
Doles.
make it up.
No,
It's like the office furniture nonsense, with the zero bids.
Harley makes a good point. As a board, we have never sat down and discussed it. Guys,
Sorry, we discussed it in executive session, on numerous.
For the $161,000 of unsigned checks
For a
that
couple
you
of
made,
minutes.
that are part of this.
we've never sat down as a board and discussed either at any depth, the moratorium itself in any depth, or the zoning proposals for the new,
You have to take a look at it. You gotta take a look at his face.
And we even had it there tonight.
Bad poker face.
But let me ask you a question. If you have,
So-
what was all that talk we had in the back with Dennis Lynch? And Mr. Nugent at numerous times?
very, very short issues on
Oh,
specific
wait a minute,
things.
let's ask Mr.
Tony,
It's right here.
Let's focus this back in. I have a motion out there, it's seconded. Can we discuss that issue and stop going off on all these tangents and keep it focused?
Propaganda, right? Political propaganda.
Mr. Doles, if you're not gonna control the meeting, I will invoke the meeting rules. And we have to invoke the meeting rules. And folks from the audience, please stop calling out.
The meeting rules.
Listen, I was just saying that we never had a chance as a board to really sit down and go over these.
You've spoke out this time.
Mr. McQuaid, I respectfully disagree with you.
I never talked to anyone about it. At any depth, and I don't know who's doing it, but I'm not.
I think it's you guys, talk to Nugent.
No calling out from the audience, please. And Mr. Doles, you gonna call this a question?
Yeah, we'll call the question.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
The ayes have it.
Of course they do.
We'll make the 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
7?
I'm sorry, 7 o'clock for the first and 7:30 for the second?
6:30 for the first.
6:30 for the first, 7 o'clock for the second, I'm sorry.
We're gonna wanna make sure that Mr. Bach and Mr. Wurzberger are here.
Is that July 10th, Mike?
Those are the owners of both of them, some of you
Yes,
other
and can I get,
interested.
can I get that roll
developers.
call again, who voted how?
No.
Aye.
Aye.
McQuaid, I'm sorry, McQuaid and Doles,
Okay, so
no.
it's 4.
No, you voted
No,
yes.
I voted yes.
I voted no.
You voted yes.
Yes.
You voted yes?
I voted yes.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
One.
Thank you.
I just don't think we've talked about it as a board in any real capacity.
Jerry, I'd be happy to talk with you at any time about it.
All right.
I think we've discussed a lot, but we'll be happy to talk to you. All right, I have another resolution, or another motion to make. Earlier I passed out, and I just got this quote from BJS. You know, we've had our districts up in Water District 12. Fortunately, 2 major leaks were fixed based upon the appropriation of funds that we put out at the last meeting, $10,000. And it was, I believe, the amount of, from those 2 major leaks that were discovered, one in the main and one in the service line, they were able to kind of get ahead of this problem that we're having in that district with the booster pumps and well pumps running nonstop and burning out. So fortunately, I think that cut out about 20,000 gallons a day.
You're down to around 12.
Right, so it's a real kudos to BJS and the crew there for being able to solve that problem without digging up hundreds of yards of main and doing some of the other suggestions that were initially out there. So that's a good thing, it's good for the people in the district. So the phase one proposal by BJS is it's that the pump house renovation, which basically involves redoing all the piping in the pump house, and also the connections from the pump house to the 2 wells, and also from the pump house to the 2 tanks. And it also involves moving the service line from downstairs in the basement where it is to upstairs, because next to these leak issues that were causing everything to go, the second biggest problem is the malfunction of the current board with relays burning out, and that's very problematic. And the last picture that I saw when those relays went was bad. It was burnt up, and it could have been an issue. So I'm going to make a motion that we accept that we appropriate the necessary funds based on that, based on the report for BJS to authorize the emergency repairs that are needed in that pump house. And hopefully with that, we will finally get ahead of this to the point where that we can then talk about the long-term improvements. While we're doing this, we can talk about bonding and all the other issues, but I think we can't drag our feet on it. That pump house is third world, and that's degrading, third world water systems because it is that bad. Wires running along the ground. I mean, it's got to be corrected. Otherwise, the residents up there are just going to be looking at another summer of outages and water tankers being brought up there and everything else. So
What's your motion?
my motion is to.
That was about 20 minutes ago, you started a conversation about it. All right, what's the motion?
No, it wasn't 20 minutes
No, it's
ago.
about, what's the motion?
Listen, actually, Mr.
The town of
Doles,
North Monroe,
excuse me.
the town of North Monroe will be 30 seconds.
Hold on, Mr. Doles, we're talking about Water District 12. Please stay on that. It is very important,
So
because
make the
people need to.
Make the motion, you
Excuse
already
me,
explained.
Mr. Doles.
Do you remember what the motion
If you could
was?
let me finish, I would be happy to do that.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. I'm just looking for the BJS.
I have it, you don't have it.
Actually, I gave it to Mary on. So there's a proposal for BJS. The total cost is $40,150, and that is for the, and that was part of the engineering approval that was previously given to us. So I'm going to make a motion that we appropriate those funds from the necessary.
It's an emergency. Well,
All right.
maybe the first motion is that you accept this
As an emergency.
You accept this as an emergency repair?
Is that correct, Mr. Nugent? I
We
believe
don't
we
have
have
to
to.
go.
It's an emergency, it has to go to an emergency.
Why is it an emergency?
Because that townhouse is gonna break down. It's a safety issue, that's all, it's a safety.
Hadn't the board already determined?
It's been like that for how long now?
Yeah.
The whole process you said was an emergency, right? Already?
With the bidding process.
So you just have to accept this bid to do the work. And then a second motion to appropriate the funds from B fund to pay for it.
All right, well, I'll make the first motion that, that we accept this proposal for $40,150 to go forward to correct the severe deficiencies in the pump house.
Why is this, Peter, with our bid, with our procurement policy, this goes over, we should get how many bids for this? Under normal circumstances?
Oh, for this?
Yeah, 41,000.
If you tell me now.
You'd be out for three.
Three? But we're not really doing any bids for this because it's an emergency?
You've also got the engineer's estimate.
I know that, but it's a no bid award again for this thing that's been going on for how long now? And everything's an
All right,
emergency. I mean, if I was a contractor who bid on
Hey,
this.
Jerry, let me respond to your comments. While I understand, I would normally not be, I'd be not willing to do something that's outside the bid process and declare this an emergency. I believe we already have done so, and I think that to go through the process of getting bids and doing this will set this all back another 2-3 months. And just, let me just finish for a second. And the other issue is that BJS has been involved with this from the outset. I believe they will be able to most quickly, and listen, I have no relationship with them, I don't know. But you know what? I think they'll be able to effect those repairs in the most efficient manner possible and finally get ahead of this so that we can then sit back and look at the other major repairs that need to be done in that district.
And Mike, this is covered, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
this is covered, this kind of work is covered in their contract.
So they're not gonna charge us for that?
No, it's not that.
Then you just said it was covered in their contract.
Doing work this way, authorized by the board, was part of the contract that you signed with BJS. So you can ask them for a price to do additional work, and that is covered in their contract.
Right, but when you look at our procurement policy, it just seems that over and over and over again. Now, I happen to like the work BGS does, and I think they're pretty responsible, but I would say that whether it's any kind of work at all, and you and I have had our issues with this, because you keep, Peter, maybe I'll get on Tony's good side now. Peter, I'll go after you a little now. Everything seems to be BGS, 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 and I think what we're doing is everything's an emergency, everything's gotta be done, and you know, if I was a company that was doing the work for the town, I would say, hey, I could do the most efficient too. Don't give a bid out to anyone else either. Then people get comfortable, things get a little more expensive, and the bidding isn't done. In my industry, a lot of these contractors do not give the bids to the same contractor. They spread it around, keep everyone on their toes, and make sure the prices are right. But I guess we're not gonna do that.
Jerry, if I thought we had time to sit there and do that, I would certainly do that, but I don't think, I think time is of the essence up there.
Have you been in that pit, Jerry?
I have been in
Try living
the
like
past.
that, no water for days at a time.
Been a while, Tony, but I know that it's been looked at.
Folks, no calling out, please, whoever that was, doesn't matter.
I'm just saying, Tony, it's been a history of everything's an emergency, though. Everything's an emergency.
Listen, I didn't view
I'm not
the
saying-
100-foot of pipe that they put in last year
Right, I
as
know.
emergency. That's a 100-foot of pipe, that's not
I get
emergency. 10-foot of pipe, 20-foot of pipe is emergency. But you have a situation there of which you don't disagree.
But when you start an emergency, this is what happens. You're right about 100 to 200 feet, but everything becomes an emergency when there's a problem in a district. I understand that people need the water. I'm not arguing that point.
Jerry?
but it seems that everything has been emergency. Meanwhile, if it's 2 or 3 months, there's no way to tell when things are gonna go bad on it.
Jared, that's in the control panel. That's what happened over the last weekend. And if the panel hadn't been closed, it would very well could have burned down the windows.
Well, whatever. I don't, everything's an emergency.
Unfortunately.
And you don't get the bidding process. You're circumventing the bidding
Well,
process.
now you'll have some time to work on the rest of it.
That's just one photo, but I disagree with it because we always circumvent the bidding process, and especially when it's BJS.
That's a picture.
Do I have the light? Do I have the light?
Listen, again, Jerry, I respectfully disagree with you.
Okay.
This is not something where we're trying to circumvent it. This is something that needs to be done.
Okay.
And,
I'm gonna get voted on it, but I just don't agree.
okay, so can we call a question, somebody? Aye.
Nay.
And now, Mike, you want to make your second part of that you're going to fund this from B fund
Yes, I'll make a motion that we transfer the funds from the B fund
to the capital project.
to capital projects that
For
the
water
other funds are
district.
currently parked up there waiting for funds. So I'll make that motion.
I'll say,
Call the question.
none,
Aye.
Is this a loan?
Yes.
it's a long.
I'm gonna say aye because the work's gotta be done eventually.
Exactly.
Thank you.
We have the Orange and Rockland street lighting. This is to replace, we need a motion.
Well, what you need to do, Harley,
Yeah,
not to
I'm sorry.
interrupt you, is, I got a hold of Terry Johnson. You have attached there a
Right.
list of all our streetlights. I believe there's 360. So do your 2% on that. Someone needs to, hopefully work with me. You need to pick the 2%, the roads that you're gonna identify them. And then you have also, you could do an additional 20% of the roads. So, we need to move on this by, I think it's July 1st. I don't have it in my
Is this something which is
packet.
best served by the highway department?
Well, in the years past, I would be more than glad to work with John. In the years past, I worked with Jimmy Rogers on O&R street lighting, and we always did the upgrades. Now with the LED program, I'd be more than glad to work with him. I think the main thing should go through my office and whoever you want to work with me. But you guys just need to approve that we're gonna do this program, so I can send a letter to them tomorrow stating that the town board passed a resolution for the 2%. And I can also say that, contingent of the cost of what it would cost the town for the 20%, we would be interested in the 20%. And I would work with John on, the streets, what streets. Because we really need to look at the streets.
Mary Ellen, I have a question.
Sure.
If we approve this, can we get a map of all our streetlights in the town from Orange and Rockland?
I will ask them, they did give us the layout, I will ask.
The reason I said that is because Mr. Rogers said he'd go over that and also do an audit of what's outside the town.
He said he
Yeah.
volunteers time. yeah.
Okay, so then I'll get in touch with O&R, see if I can get a map. If the board approves, I'll send the letter tomorrow for the 2% saying we're interested in that, but we would be interested in the 20% depending on the cost.
Right,
And work with John on what streets,
terrific.
okay? So you do have a resolution from O&R, so if you approve it.
Are you talking
we'll
about
go
a
ahead.
couple different things here? Because you're talking about LED and then you're talking about fail, and 2%,
Fair,
20%.
No, there's
So what are we, we're just gonna do 2% now?
Well, she's gonna check on the price for the 20, Jeff.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah,
definitely,
now.
we're definitely getting the 2%.
Okay.
But right now, we'd be eligible, if you read the resolution, I
Right.
believe it's 20% every year after. So why not grab the 20% depending on what the cost is now? So
They give us 2% every year, that's up in the air.
20%.
No, I'm talking about 2% free.
That, I don't have the resolution in front of me, you'd have to read it.
So what are we doing? Can we call a question? Can we call a question?
Do you want to read this or not?
I'll go for it.
Does someone want to read it? Or do we just want to accept it as?
You want to read this? accept it as it is?
We'll accept it.
Is it a
Well, I
2%?
think we should accept it after attorney review.
Yeah, you're missing a second page in the package, so there should be a second page of that agreement.
As reviewed by the
So-
attorney.
You can make it subject to the council's review.
Okay, I'll make the motion to
2%.
accept this, the 2%,
Okay.
the 2% offer from O&R for the LED upgrades, contingent upon attorney review.
So second.
Call the question?
Aye.
Next one, board docs. Mary Ellen, you wanted to, you need this work board. This is the issue of board docs authorization to purchase, Mary Ellen, if you would, I know you explained in the past.
I presented this to the board months ago, back at budget time. We actually had board docs do I'm sorry, I'm going blank on this. We had a presentation done by board docs down in the movie theater. We had discussed it and it kind of went flat then. And I got an email from board docs and they're making an offer to us for $2,000 less a year. So it would be for it was gonna be $20,000 a year for the program. It would now be $18,000. This would be for all the boards to use that are, all the boards could use this. It would involve the minutes, where we would be able to take the video clips when you're having a discussion on, John, I'm gonna use you just for buying a highway truck. I can actually go to the 30 seconds of that clip of the video and take that and tag it to the motion. This would be up on the website. I have found out that a lot of towns now are leaving these up on the website for up to 10 years. And after 10 years, now they're going to start to then archive them off the website. So that's a decision on the board. But this would enable us to have the minutes up on the board during a meeting. And they can see the vote, the public can see the vote. And it's the new way technology's going. The minutes are gonna be published instantaneously. The only thing that would happen is it would take Alex and maybe a day or two just to clip the video too, with the help of George. So I know quite a few, two of the board members saw this. We worked down a few of the boards, planning, zoning. I even invited the village of Monroe in on this because we were looking to do a joint venture with this. I've had no response from any of the other villages, but I would like to move forward with this.
What do you, Mary Ellen, what do you think is the main advantage? Because you're looking at, every year you're spending, well, not you, the town would be spending $18,000 for the system, that's what you're saying?
You would be, yeah, it would be your maintenance cost, just like you have for your software programs, it would be your maintenance cost in that. What is the advantage?
Yeah, like the general.
It's bringing, honestly, we would be bringing the technology up to today's day and age. We're, in my opinion only, we're behind in technology.
Mary Ellen, part of the key thing here is that you'll be able to reference, cross-reference your searches with video, correct?
Correct.
All right, and bear with me, this is not a criticism of anyone else or accolades on by the board members here, but neither the village of Purish Joel or the village of Monroe or the village of Harriman that I know of either broadcasts or videotapes any of their board meetings. So it might be the reason why they don't, feel that this is an issue, because they really have no use for it, because they don't televise any of their meetings, they don't videotape any of their meetings. So, we're kind of on, even though we're only the unincorporated part of the town, we only serve, a small audience compared to the rest of the town of Monroe, in the three villages. It's unfortunate that they've decided throughout the years not to use Channel 22. They get paid to do it. And they don't even videotape their board meetings. It's incredible that they can get away with it.
I just think this is something that I think we need to do, and this is a technology world. I mean, honestly, I don't even know half of the things out there that can be done. But the generations coming up and things like that, they look and they can look at our technology and say, wow, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? I think it's time. I think we need to start. It costs money, let's face it. It's gonna cost money, but you wanna know what? Technology costs money.
It was it,
And-
she put it in the budget last year.
I did present this at budget time, yes, I did. I presented this at budget time.
It's in the
I
budget.
don't, is it in there, Peter?
Is it in,
I
is it in Peter's?
don't regard it, I have to check.
It's in there.
Okay, so I did present this, listen.
Is it expensive?
I know we spoke about it.
But this is something
18K.
that keeps happening is we talk about technology, we put it off in 5 more years down the road, then we're gonna say, gee, why aren't we doing this? And now the price has escalated. We need to start to spend the money on technology and keep up with today's technology and, you know, get things out there.
Do we have to do any other equipment purchases for this? No. Like
No.
it says on the last page?
No, the only thing what this is gonna do that you need to put your rest of your boards on board is the planning and zoning board's should be using this. Any of the boards that do minutes and that are videotaped should be using this now, so we're all using this. So then when they go to the town government website, they can look at anything and everything this way.
Instead of foiling something, somebody's gonna be able to enter a search word and they can get it right off the town website rather than foiling something.
Is it less paper to handle?
Yeah, you don't,
Yeah.
I mean, you
Another-
can
yeah.
find everything on your computer.
There's advantages, but now it says here, to support a fully paperless governance solution, board members will need internet-connected computers at home and in the boardroom. Now, we have a couple different boards. Does that mean everyone has to have a town computer? I'm just asking.
No, not everyone
Not
needs a
necessarily.
town computer, but the secretary, I have a laptop, I bought a laptop out of my budget. The secretaries of each board should have a laptop, okay? This is something that we will be working with George, and George has spoke with the company, you know, with me there about this, that we would have a screen here, and, you know, these resolutions would be going up on the screen, and the votes would be up on the screen. You know, and it's then a day, or like I said, a day or two later, we would be attaching the video clips.
Now, would our attorney have to check, like with the foils, like Tony mentioned? Would he have to check to see what goes up there, that we're not letting anything out on there that shouldn't be out in the public as far as
It's the
attorney-client?
same thing as our agendas, correct,
Well,
Brian?
board docs,
I'm just asking.
yeah, you control with board docs, whoever the administrator is, controls access to what goes up there.
Okay.
So you can have things that you might see that the public will not, such as
Right.
an agenda for executive session.
Right. Okay, is that easy to do, Mary Ellen?
Yes, and there's gonna be, Ben can send something in, and there'll be a section where the department heads will be able to see. But he will not be able to see the attorney-client session that only the board members see, that I don't see. So there's all different levels. Jerry, you weren't at the presentation.
No, I wasn't. I thought I was working.
Honestly, at first, when I first looked at it, I was like, wow, but the more and more I see it, it's very impressive and it's great.
Okay.
It's a great way for the town to start moving forward.
So
with
it's worth it to
technology.
you in your opinion?
In my opinion, it's
Okay.
worth it. It's worth
I'll
it.
go along with it. Under your recommendation.
You know, would you like us to make a motion?
Make a motion because I have till June 28th. This offer for the 18,000 a year is only till June 28th. It was sent out to, you know, all of the town clerks in Orange County.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that Mary Ellen is authorized to spend $18,000 on board docs, which has to be done prior to June 28th, 2016.
Do we need that signed by the supervisor, Mary Ellen?
Yeah, you just have to-
Mary Ellen?
She just has to accept the offer.
Just
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And then I'll come back.
I'll second it.
Brief discussion, only thing is, again, you have 3 other boards, 3 other villages. They are in absolutely perfect position to be able to televise and take advantage of this. They don't televise their village boards, their planning boards, and their zoning boards. They televise nothing.
Okay, well,
And we do.
we
So,
do. We
We're
made
so
the
far ahead of
offer.
the curve.
We made the
They're
offer to
hiding what
them
they're
and they
doing.
can
Why,
join
I still
on
don't know.
the shared
And we're out
services.
there out in the open.
Hey, Mary Ellen, can I ask you a question about our town here? Now, what about like ZBA and planning, can they?
Yeah, I
Can
would
they
like,
use it, would they be
Absolutely.
included? Okay.
Absolutely,
So there
every
would be no
board.
additional cost for them?
No, this is
Three
all,
villages.
all. This is the one.
Televised nothing.
This is the
And yet they
priority.
get paid to televise.
Mary Ellen,
Yes.
just one comment, and this may sound political, but it's not, it's a comment to the board.
Uh-huh.
I would say that, years ago, not too long ago, I was on a previous board that was wrongly accused of being, I guess, not very, transparent. And when I look around this town and the different boards in this town, the villages, as Harley mentioned, this town board, since I've been on it, and before I was on this board, has been the most transparent board in the area. And with this new board that sits here now, and your help, Mary Ellen, we're getting even more transparent. And
This is
that is
really,
a compliment to the board.
this is, honestly, it's a compliment to the board because it
Yeah,
is
yourself.
very transparent. It's-
Absolutely, thank you.
And more argumentative. Can we vote?
Hold on, question.
Aye.
Okay, we have a, John, this is yours, highway site remediation.
John, you there?
It's really not mine, this is Mr. Etzel's, if I'm not mistaken. This is about the tank that's in the highway garage. It's been there for many years.
I thought they closed that up.
We had two tanks, and this is going by more memory than anything, fellas. The one tank was the old gas pumps, and they were removed, and any contamination was removed. There was a second tank on the back side of the front building on the dial-a-bus side. I showed, Mr. Cardone actually stopped by and wanted to see where this tank was. Somehow or another, when they put the addition on that building, there's a tank.
Quiet, please.
There's a tank underneath that addition.
Right, that's bad enough.
When they were doing the original remediation of the fuel tank, they found this one.
Nice.
I don't know how big the tank is. I don't know if there's any contamination. And I don't know how far under the building this thing goes. But I do know Mr. Etzel and the DEC, there's still an open tag on this, and eventually they're gonna want this thing removed before, obviously, DEC does their DEC things.
So they're gonna wanna remove without testing to see if there's contamination?
You're gonna have to probably test it. This is all gonna have to go through,
You're gonna have to destroy it.
You can't test it unless you start to
So partially removed halfway, might as well remove it. Because I know there's some of them in certain areas where they fill them with sand,
Exactly.
and it's cheaper that way.
No, it's also, if anything's
Oh,
done.
absolutely, and we don't know the contents of this tank. I don't know if they filled it with, they might have cemented it, they might have cut it in half, we don't know.
John, this is about, if I remember, maybe 9-10 years ago. This is when Roy
Roy was still alive.
Yeah, Roy was still alive. Al Fusco was the engineer.
Yep.
So I'm trying to go back, because this is a long time ago. I thought it was done.
Yes, there's,
And
I got a front.
Al is the only one, Fusco, is the one who would have handled this. So, reaching out to Al to see if he's retained any of this documentation, because we thought it was done. I know that we spent a considerable amount of money taking the dirt out and then having to get it burnt. Peter, you remember this? To get it burnt.
That could have been for the gas tank though, too, because there were two, keep in mind, there were two tanks. One was the gas tank, which was actually on the
It is
riverside.
so long ago, in terms of the second tank, there's no way to reconstruct.
This tank, I know, let's put it this way, at least the fill spout on this tank is still in the ground, so I'm assuming, without doing any excavating, that the tank's under there. I mean, they're not gonna run the fill spout there without the tank.
If they would have filled it in place, the process is they would have cut the fill tank and filled it. They would have known right off the bat that thing was not, that it was in place and it was
So what do we want to do more for? Do we want to contact Al?
Contact Al, it's still an open ticket. I mean,
Still an open DEC ticket, I think Mr. Etzel will give you all the information you need at this point, and you can probably contact Al and then go from there and actually get the remediation done. I don't think I could do anything legally. DEC needs their people, their spill people, if there's a spill. I don't even know there's a spill there.
It might, Mr. Newton, did Mr. Etzel submit I thought they submitted a site remediation plan on this, no? Is that what? Yeah. pages.
You might
Right.
bid documents.
And so are we looking to accept this bid document and put it out for, some RFP? Yeah. I think that's what we need to do here, right?
Right.
So I'll make a motion that we submit, that we accept the RFP that's been prepared by the town engineer and we put it out to bid.
But, well, I did see something here about RFP, might call it an RFP.
They called it RFO, I think they call it, or RFQ, or request for quote and bid.
What do you want to call it?
Mr. Nugent, should we call it RFQ or
Yeah, I just call it RFQ.
RFQ? Yeah. 'Cause there's two, right, so, so,
I'll second it as a one.
all right, so the first RFQ, which he has labeled as SR1, because I believe this is two separate issues, two separate sites, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll make a motion that we accept the RFQ and put it out to bid.
I'll second
Call the question.
Aye.
All right, and I'll make a motion that we take the second RFQ that was submitted by the town engineer that he has labeled or identified as SR2 and put that out for bid.
I'll second it. Any discussion? Call the question.
Aye.
We got the garbage contract next. Is this also an
Here with me.
We put in
is this an RFP, Mr. Nugent? Is that what we're looking at here?
Actually, bid, it says RFQ on the agenda, but subscribe to our bid.
Is that how we put it out?
Yeah, but I think, I don't know if we're at the point of issuing this, because there's alternatives and things that have to be addressed by the board.
Right.
We basically drafted for you a bid document based on your prior contract, or prior bid that was out.
Right.
We didn't know the circumstances were the same with respect to routes, so there were alternatives.
John, we need you for one thing. John, we're gonna need you for one thing.
Not so bad.
Not so bad. I'm gonna be here till midnight.
So I don't think you're ready to authorize issuing this, I think you need to decide what to do as far as the alternatives.
Okay.
And the data that goes in there, right? Did
Yeah,
that
the
get up,
information,
that
like-
hasn't been updated yet, we need to.
Yeah, I
Get
don't
to
know who the
April.
person is that best would do that. for
April.
the town.
April McDonald.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe you just authorize her to review it and update, the information so you can determine which alternatives you want to include in the bid documents.
Okay.
So you had 3 alternatives, I believe, the last time you went to bid.
Yeah, it's better to have options.
All right, so we need to authorize April to
the assessor's office.
give
Well,
us
the
the
numbers.
statistical data on housing.
Yep. On pickups and all that.
So we want to do that through a resolution, is that what we should be
Just
doing?
do a motion to refer the bid documents to April for review and a response. Back to the
I'll make the motion that we'll give this to the assessor to review and return for comments. Based on
The numbers, yeah.
the statistical data
Okay.
associated with.
Okay. She does that.
Call the question.
Aye.
John, one question, and this is related to an email that Mr. Cardone had sent the town board member, the town board about closing down the operation over at the solar farm. There seems to have been an issue about the compost. The email from Mr. Cardone suggests that we shut it down immediately until this issue is resolved. And I just wanted to get an idea as to what you thought about this. They started bringing in equipment, bringing things in to start the process of constructing the solar farm. And now it's, I think, one of the representatives discussed with, not with you, but with the deputy.
Let's go right from the beginning here before we, say anything that doesn't make sense. And I'm not saying that, I'm just saying,
It's late.
basically my deputy, was down there when there was some contractors down there starting the work on the solar farm. Okay, one of the contractors, for some reason or another, whether he was a boss or not, I believe he was either a foreman or somebody with a little bit of importance, stated to my deputy that that's gonna be a shame that you have to close down this compost facility because of the solar farm being here. The DEC is not gonna allow traffic coming in and out of this facility because of the lining and the so-called solar farm. At that particular time, I emailed the board. I actually had Bob email the board because I was down in Columbia Press for a little while, and asked the board if they knew anything about this, or if they heard anything about this, that the DEC is going to be looking to shut down the compost facility, which would be very bad for myself during leaf season, and naturally everybody that benefits from the compost facility. No suggestions were made on my part that we're shutting down anything. I'm not sure. I know Tony had sent an email out stating that we should do some investigation on this. And the reason I was asking was to at least have all of my ducks in a row if that is actually a true fact. So as of right now, we don't even know if this is fact or fiction. And Brian Nugent, I believe, was able to get one of the gentleman's numbers. I'm not sure if he was able to follow through with him or not.
My comment in the email was the progress of the solar farm should be suspended until further clarification of the highway's ability to use the area for compost.
Right, do you want to make a motion to that?
Why would you say that?
No, I'm asking, he's the gentleman who wanted to suspend it.
Let's just look into it. Why don't we look into it?
Well, so John, you didn't get, oh, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, there's an open building permit for that, so in order to suspend anything, a stop work order would have to be issued, so it would have to come.
From you?
From my office.
Now, I understand there's an alternate route. Was the problem?
Well, we have a main access road to the compost facility, so this is confusing to me is, first of all, the liner is where they're gonna be putting the solar farm itself, that's over top of the old compost.
I think someone was.
We landed helicopters on that, so I'm not sure.
I think someone's speaking out of turn. They might have, as you said, an air of importance, which they have in their own field.
Right, and listen, I'm not looking to start a firestorm here. I was just looking to get some information. If anybody had any information, give it to us.
It's not you.
It's not
whoever originated, whoever made the comment, started it.
Exactly.
When we first started discussing this, we said we were gonna keep the compost. So I don't know where that.
Hey, listen, we're basing this all on the comment of the guy that really, why don't we, we have professionals, we have a town engineer, why don't we ask him to get a determination, he can contact DC, find out exactly if that is the case.
I would contact Sterling. They're the ones that just Sterling.
Sterling did it, right, but Sterling did it. Let's contact Sterling and find out before we get all, hot and bothered about something that.
I do remember one comment too.
About
and keep this in mind, I do remember, and I might be speaking out of turn here too, because my memory is not that great, but I believe when the solar people were here at one time, he did mention something about the panels getting dirty because of too much traffic in and out of it.
Traffic.
Yeah, but you know what? He did say there's other ways to handle that.
So I don't know if that was.
He did say that. So you know what? That was, he was offering at the same time, John, when we were talking about that, to do something with the pathway, to make it so that
There was gonna be another.
there would be no problem.
Another issue.
Hey, can we figure out who on this board or who in town hall is gonna contact, Sterling to
I
get
will.
determination?
I'll put Sterling tomorrow. Peter, I'll call you for the number.
Now, do you know, do we have a name on who sent this in the first place?
I didn't email you. I forwarded you something from Christine Tucker. She had sent it to Bob. I hope you got that. If not, I'll.
Reference Neil Weiss, so that,
Neil Weiss, yeah, that was the
he's
guy.
the guy that said that.
But I don't know if he said that down there. I have no clue. I'm going.
He's one of the primary guys.
So I'm assuming he was down there. Maybe he was talking to my deputy, and so after talking to the DEC or something like that. So this is all, like third party. Yeah. This went a little further than I wanted to do, but it's all kind of like,
He wants contact.
he said, she said, and.
I can contact Neil Weiss in the meantime if you want to contact.
I'll call Neil too, because if it was Neil said it, I'm gonna have a word with him.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because he should, if that was him, which I doubt, but if he said that, I I think that was inappropriate.
Right, and we just don't, you know, hey, I was just looking to be prepared. man.
But it's like telephone, by the time you heard it, it had already gone, you know, viral.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, and can I say good night now?
Yes, good night, John.
Thank you.
We have we're at item G, 11 Stage Road. That's the update for 11 Stage Road, that's the, you remember?
What are this? Or we jumped that one.
No.
No,
E.
12.
You did.
I don't know.
We talking about when we did the emergency.
We did Water District 12, Dallas Major League, we did the comptroller's order report update,
Oh, thank you. Is that
Spent a lot of time on comptrollers.
and we had G, 11 Stage Road.
Okay. We jumped out of 10, that's fine. I just thought you skipped them. Unless someone's gonna report on it, can we, either?
We have a report from, and I don't think there's a rush on this, we can get into detail, but there is a letter from Pigui House and Edsel regarding this. If Mr. Cardone wants to go on this, or we can just table it for another day.
What's that?
11 Stage Road?
11 Stage
What
Road.
about it?
It has to do with the site visit.
Anything we gotta do?
Starting
I don't think there's any
remediation.
rush unless Mr. Cardone thinks otherwise.
I did not put this on the agenda, so I don't.
Okay. All right,
We want to table till next meeting?
all right, table to the next meeting. We have privilege of the floor, public comment.
Before we go into that, I have something I'd like to bring up under old business. And I think before we go into public comment, I think it would be good to go into executive session and speak with Mr. Maldonado, who's been here all night waiting to talk to us, so. But before, just earlier today, I got we've been talking a lot about procuring vehicles for the building inspector, and I became aware of a program that the county had entered into with Enterprise Fleet Management, where they are doing their county vehicles with through Enterprise, and it seemed like a pretty good deal, so I reached out to the program manager that is coordinating with the county to get some numbers. And what I found was very encouraging. I gave each of the councilmen a copy of their proposal. Basically, these are open-end leases that they do. So really, there's no money down on the town's part. The cost of the monthly lease includes fleet management, all repairs, all maintenance. It's a 5-year open-end lease, but we can walk away from it sooner, or we can extend it, or buy the car at the end of the lease, whatever we determine to do. And again, they do really the fleet management on it, so they're scheduling maintenance, they are doing everything that's required of the car. It's a great deal. I took a mid-size SUV, a Cherokee, not a Grand Cherokee, a regular Cherokee. That's what the county is also going with for their mid-sized small SUVs. That would be something that the building inspector would need to go onto sites. It's a 4x4. The total cost, the monthly cost of leasing that vehicle is roughly $450 a month. And again, that includes everything except the insurance, of course, which we are covered with the town. So, to me, this seems like a great deal, and looking at it and seeing what, rather than laying out a $26,000 per vehicle, that, and then having the associated maintenance and upkeep with that, this seems like a great idea. Obviously, the county with a larger fleet, it really works out for them. And I think it can work out for us, because we can then add on other cars as necessary from either other departments or as required. And so there's been a lot of talk about it. I'm going to put this proposal forward. I think at this point, based on what we have here in front of us, this is, again, a good deal for the town, and basically includes everything. So 5 years, we can do this and
save the taxpayers a substantial amount of money.
Do we have to
I
vote
don't-
on it?
I don't have
Just
it.
look
What's
at
that?
it? Can we look at it for just a little bit? I mean, and vote on it next week and take a look?
I mean, that's
I just
fine.
want some time to digest it, because I know some people in the business.
Right, and the other thing is, a great deal, it's gotta be a great deal compared to something. What is it a great deal compared to? So if we can do
You're not putting any money down, you're not spending.
Well,
any. I mean, I get on it. How many miles a year do you get on it?
It's a county program.
It's 11,000 miles on it.
A year?
Right. Which is more than that, but it's a 5-year lease, although we could stay longer or get out of it quicker, whatever. Basically, they look at the vehicle and say, hey, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to keep it? Do you want to go forward with it? Do you want to keep it for another year? That's how it works. Basically, just for comparison, I've looked, John gave me for a Chevy Equinox, similar class vehicle, and it was $399 a month with $2,500 down, and did not include any of the maintenance, didn't include anything, and it was a 3-year lease. So this is, again, I mean, this is shared services, this is the type of thing we should be doing. We're really co-opting off the county with this, and it's something that would be really beneficial, and finally put this issue to rest with getting the building inspector and his assistant, when he or she comes on board, the second vehicle, so we can have them out there doing the job we want them to do.
And you get and the thing is, it's what, a 5-year lease, Mike?
It's 5 years, but it's an open end, so you can end it, we can walk away from it tomorrow, if you wanted to.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, you can walk away from it at any time, and again, they really do all the administrative and fleet management stuff, so they use a local service shop to do oil changes, and that maintenance agreement includes everything from brakes to tires to engines to anything that goes wrong with that vehicle. I mean, it's really a fantastic program.
Just so you know, that 3-year program he was talking about, when you price it out over 3 years, it comes to 16.9. When you price ours out, 450 times 36, it comes to 16.2, but you're still getting all the maintenance.
Right.
Right.
No,
And you're not laying out any money.
it's 27,000 for 5 years. Mr. Court, sorry, Mr. McGee, it's 5 years, so that would come to $27,000.
No, but I'm comparing it with 3 years. So if we chose to get out of it at 3 years, we'd still spend $700 less plus whatever maintenance we would have had to spend.
Per year?
No.
No, for 3 years.
For 3 years.
Oh, that's a brand new year.
Right.
And the other issue too is if we were leasing that car, like say the Equinox versus this what we're looking at here, you're in a traditional lease where you are then locked into mile overages, damage. Again, you're talking about a traditional type lease, whereas this is a much more, should I say, forgiving and something that they kind of work with you to, like I said, take cars back, do whatever. So it's a good, I think, like I said, compared to doing a traditional lease through a state bid dealership or one of these other, one of these other types of ways where you would obtain a vehicle, I think it's a fantastic deal. Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
So 5 years is 27,000.
Right.
Yeah, we don't put that many miles on our vehicles, because most of them are town driven, so
Yeah.
it's a lot less than what a regular person would put on, and they usually give to John Q. Public. At one time, they were giving 15, now they give 10,000 miles. So you get an 11, I think what about cars average around 8 to 9,000.
Is it open-ended that you can buy it at the end if you like it?
We could buy it at the end, that's what that number is at the bottom,
Yeah, but if-
47.56 at the bottom, Jerry, that's
Yeah,
what you could buy.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
All right,
so you could buy it if you wanted
You
to.
could.
Yeah.
So if you weigh it out over 5 years, you're looking at 26,500 with Mr. McGinn's comparison.
I thought it was more than that, 37,000.
450 times 60 is 27,000.
Let me finish. With the comparison of the Equinox, a similar model, it comes to 26.5, which is 16.9 for the first 3 years, and then it was 400 times 24 is 9,600, which comes to 26,500 versus 27,000. So you're spending $500 more, but you're not having to deal with any maintenance.
You're not buying tires, you're not,
Yeah.
changing oil or anything.
You're gonna
else. So that's
spend,
what
you're gonna spend more than $500 in 5 years on maintenance.
Let me give it to you this way, if the Equinox, basically retails somewhere, MSRP was around 26, so you're paying about $1,000, maybe even $1,500 more, it's including everything, and you don't have to worry about repairs and maintenance for the 5-year period.
I know, but,
What's the state bid price on this? Do we have that? On this vehicle? State bid?
Steep bid price on the Cherokee? I don't have that now. But again,
Is
the
that
benefit is not laying out whatever it is,
You're not-
$28,000.
Leasing is basically financing backwards, so instead of putting money down up front, you have it at the back end on the residual, which means you can just hand them the keys, they take the vehicle back over. So you're not putting money down up front. It becomes a monthly payment, and they're taking care of the, maintenance.
now who would get
And the
the
upkeep.
Equinox? Yeah, that's a good deal. I understand like this.
That's the concept of leasing.
What is the, who would be able to drive this vehicle?
It would be like the Tahoe, remember the
Well,
Tahoe?
it would
Everybody
be,
get to drive it. Remember that
listen,
one? Everybody got to drive it.
all right,
Board
so,
members, remember that one? We all drove it, or we had somebody drive it for us.
Jerry, answering your question,
I didn't drive it.
answering your question, just let me finish.
Yeah.
So, assuming we go forward with the request that Mr. Maldonado has to hire an assistant, then both of those vehicles would be assigned to the building department, to keep them both, being able to get out there. If we determined that we wanted to go with a,
Right. But this is not something new.
I know that.
Okay, well, this is not something new. This is
I never
something-
argued with you, I just asked you, you have one now. Simple question, that's all I'm asking.
Well, we have two people right now.
And one
looking for
vehicle.
the With one vehicle.
Okay, I'm just asking.
So you can see why the people are so upset that we're not constantly out there.
But
I would say,
Before you even,
from a,
that short.
you can,
What's that?
The one that turned it down last time, sir.
Because we had a time.
you can also add
You
different.
don't have to frown at me, man.
Gentlemen, please. You can, Mr. McGinn?
Yeah.
If we want also to get, like, say, a smaller sedan or something like that.
We could
for the
certainly,
departments,
yeah.
it would add on, it would be certainly a lot cheaper
right,
for the departments.
absolutely. We can look at another car for a pool car for town hall.
Right.
If you decide you want to get a small van for the building department, you can do that. And again, rather than doing these outright purchases and outlays and all the associated maintenance, you're just paying a monthly cost that we are retaining that vehicle and really saving, taxpayer money. And listen, you determine you don't need it anymore, you return it back to the enterprise, and that's it. Go ahead, Ben. I'm sorry, I know you've been trying to ask this question for a while.
And, it's like you have a 5-year warranty along with it.
Oh, yeah. And it's not costing anything, oil changes, tires, brakes, it's better.
Exactly, so that's,
Well, that's what I wanted to add, that the maintenance portion of it, just to try to get our car into, to the town highway department. Not to say that, that they're slacking off. They got a lot of work over there with those big trucks. So to try to get our little car in there to get an oil change is almost impossible. We can't even get the car washed sometimes because of the work that they're doing in the bay. So just alone, the time saved and all the materials saved is gonna be huge.
they'll give us another vehicle to use while our other cars in the shop.
Yeah.
And best of all, since they're enterprise, they'll even pick you up, so.
Ben, one question, when we had the Tahoe, I believe you did have some access to it at the time we had it.
That is not correct.
You didn't have
That
access
is
to it?
not correct, no.
No, you never used it?
Never once.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's,
I'm just asking.
that was one vehicle, this is.
No, I know, but other people
That's
use
why
it.
my vehicle was turned down the first time, because of this shared vehicle that I never got.
Hey, listen, I don't want to try to move forward.
I think it's
I just wanna
a
make
good.
it clear,
Okay,
because
I didn't know that.
it
I didn't know that, I didn't use it.
I didn't use it, no.
So-
So can we move
So,
on? to
Mr.
this?
Cologne, you want to take a look at this?
No, I just took a look at it, I think it's all
Okay,
right.
I'll tell you about it at the next meeting.
I like it, I like it.
Listen, I think it's a great deal. Obviously, the county got it to this.
I think it's a good deal.
You know.
I think after I can go with
So,
it.
I make a motion, we go to executive.
He'll go with it. I'll go with it.
You wanna go with it?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, listen, it's gonna have to come back for us to sign the contract anyway, so might as well start the process rolling.
Let's start the process.
Okay, all right, I'll make a motion that we accept this lease, enterprise fleet management lease agreement as stated.
I'll second.
One question,
Discussion.
does Harley get to use it?
If we want to, listen, seriously, if we want to procure a fleet vehicle, a pool car for town hall, then anyone in town hall can use it, for business purposes.
So this one is strictly for government?
We're gonna procure, listen, the plan is this, we'll procure two at first for the building inspectors to use it. We'll make a primary for the building inspector and the secondary for the assistant building inspector. We want them out there, you want them enforcing the code. I'm sure,
If you get a good price on a Mini Cooper for Harley.
if we want to, seriously, if we want to procure a sedan or another Cherokee, we'll do that.
We're gonna lease two vehicles right now for building department, and the vehicle used now, we're gonna do what with?
We're gonna keep it, Jerry.
You're gonna keep that also?
We
Okay.
cannot
I'm just-
have 3 inspectors on 1 car.
I never said we did. I'm wondering what we're doing. No one said what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the plan.
Am I allowed to know, man?
Here's the plan. Here's the plan. All right, folks, everyone,
Let's start
we'll procure the two cars. The third car we'll keep in the town pool for as long as necessary. And because I know tenants issues, so, and if we can always, again, jump in and get another,
We can always ask him about another type of vehicle, maybe in reverse.
Okay, no problem.
All right, so you want to call the question?
Yes.
I'll call the question.
Aye. All right.
Okay, so moved. Privilege of the floor.
Do you want to take him into executive session and let him do what he's got to do?
It's old business. I mean, we've been talking about this. I don't know why it was put in new business, but it's been old business. It's about
The hiring, yes.
Okay.
I don't know why.
So we'll make a motion, be quick.
I hope so.
All right. Make a motion, go into executive session.
I'll second,
Personnel matter.
Personal matter.
Can I also do one matter on payroll?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can have a seat, we're going to return. We need a motion to return.
I make a motion, we return to regular session.
Second.
Aye. Jerry, you want to?
Aye.
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 Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we pay one of the T-Mac employees, Blanca Johnson, back wages that are owed to her from overtime and holiday pay that was not given to her. And these total, I'm gonna make it a motion up to $4,230.01. It's been checked by finance, but before the check is cut, it'll be double checked to make sure it's right.
We need a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. Let's see.
Yeah, sure. Anything else?
Oh, we're gonna do, public comment.
Oh, sorry, public comment. Here we go. Gentlemen, anybody there that would like to come and speak? This is your time.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, let Lorraine go first, so thank you.
Lorraine?
It is first, I got a list here.
Good evening, Lorraine.
Lorraine Logan, Village of Monroe. I have a question about the Harriman Business Park. And I guess this is specifically for you, Ben. Going in and out of Home Depot, it's really dangerous. The shrubberies are extremely overgrown. And this happened a few years ago. And when that business park was expanding, the planning board compelled them to make it safer. And since they don't have any business before the planning board, I think it's your job to go out there and get them to trim that back, because there is no line of sight. It is ridiculously dangerous, especially if you're in a little car. So I'm hoping to have some sort of code enforcement out there that it needs to be a safer situation.
Okay.
And then I also would like to talk about the budget. Every year we start the budget, and every year we run out of time, and it becomes like super crazy hectic in December, where we have 2 or 3 meetings a week. And I was hoping that I could make you guys consider maybe starting this process a little earlier, so that there's a little more comfort in December, so I could actually go and have some punch at a party, you know? You know, that kind of deal. So yeah, I mean, could we like prepare and get the show on the road maybe earlier? And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lorraine.
Mary Bingham?
Mary Bingham. Oh, Mary's here.
No, to stay to,
Anyone else need to speak to the building inspector?
I have a question for the building inspector, but I'll tell you after this speak. No.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, guys.
Ben.
Thank you.
All right, 3 topics, water, MUDNA, and I guess that water
Ben, I did
report.
say 38.
Last town meeting I was here, so again, I wrote a letter and I want this hopefully added to the minutes. June 19th, 2017, Supervisor Dalton, Town of Monroe Councilman. At the last town board meeting, June 5th, 2017, I outlined Water District 12's most recent water problems. I also asked the town board and Supervisor Doles to explain how did the Community Development Block Grant application packet, which was emailed to municipal mayors and supervisors on March 1, 2017, never made it to discussion on any town meeting agenda. Why no one attended workshops on March 23rd held by the county to help local officials understand the process, and why wasn't any effort made to submit an application to the Community Development Block Grant for Water District 12. So tonight I ask again, specifically to Supervisor Doles, why did discussion of the Community Development Block Grant never make it to the town agendas for discussion? And why was there no effort by the town of Monroe to apply for the Community Development Block Grant on behalf of Water District 12? Now the deadline for the Environmental Facilities Court is only a few days away on Friday, June 23rd. There is $2.5 billion allocated for clean water infrastructure, and I'm very hopeful that Water District 12 would qualify for funds from the EFC. I'm asking the town to pass a resolution tonight to have all efforts made to complete all necessary supporting documentation and submit an application on behalf of Water District 12 to the EFC. It must be submitted, and then I have a website, no later than 5 p.m. on Friday, June 23rd. I hope the supervisor and town board will make all efforts to fulfill the town's fiduciary responsibility to its residents and pursue all available opportunities for a possible grant or low-cost loan for Water District 12. So I also found it very interesting, since the audit report made such a big issue about Water District 12 and 14. The town has loaned money. Well, what happens if these water districts can't pay back the loan? Is the water district going to go bankrupt? How come you're not applying for these loans? That audit kind of started to get some ideas in my head. And also, is that audit report going to be online? I know he said it was a draft, but when the final audit report comes out, will that be online? And finally, under MUDNA, there's somebody in my development that's having a problem, and there's never been a report from MUDNA. Could somebody who's the representative from this town board find out why they still have a truck coming like every day down Carroll Drive to a house to do some?
Is that the gentleman next to the pump house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, why is it taking so long for them to get I think it's a pump that they also need. So I would like some report from MUDNA in the future to address that situation as well. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Mike Goldstein?
Thank you. Good evening or good morning. Certain dates will forever be embedded in our memories. Nationally, December 7th, 1941 is one date that will forever be remembered. Locally, June 17th, 2017
will be remembered as the date the town of Monroe was destroyed. The headline, KJ, United Monroe, agree on new town, will have meaning to the non-Hasidic residents of the town as the day when many of our rights as residents have been given over by the three horsemen of the apocalypse and the board members of United Monroe to the control of a religious group. Some members of our board certainly knew that United Monroe was negotiating the future of a new town. What right did UM have to make these decisions? The United Monroe negotiators are not responsible to the public because they are not elected officials. However, the town board members elected by the group did nothing to prevent this action. The followers of UM are thanking the group for all they do. Do you realize that the actions of our town in concert with United Monroe have surrendered many rights that we as residents have? We will not be getting a block vote out of our elections. We are merely replacing one block vote for a future block vote. Our board has pandered to the alliance and given them an accessory apartment law and probably zoning changes in what will be left of the town, which will create more high-density housing. What are you thinking? The article in the Record about the water problems in the village of KJ will become worse when the new town is created. One has to wonder about the character of some of the individuals involved in these transactions. A UN board member started his own annexation petition to get his land into Blooming Grove to protect its rural character. I'm not sure if his property is in the new town or is in the proposed parcels that will have major zoning changes. Does anyone besides me think that perhaps the negotiations will present a financial windfall to this individual? One councilman is likely to become the first member of our town board who will be investigated for his part in fixing a bid for his friend for office furniture for the court. The followers of UM will certainly be asked to vote for the new town. Instead, the residents of town should be talking to our county legislatures to not back this travesty. It is high time for all residents of the town to start thinking for themselves instead of following their leaders over the cliff. It has been said by someone who's quite wise, secrecy breeds corruption and tyranny, while openness breeds liberty, especially in matters of government.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Jason?
Jason Cherwinski, Village of Monroe. I'm going to be quick with time because I value time and time is money. All right, number one, we have to do something about these agendas. I mean, our meeting started at 10 o'clock tonight. Our public hearing started at 6:45 tonight. How did we lose 15 minutes in our public hearing and 2.5 hours in our regularly scheduled meeting? And I'll give you a few examples of where we can improve. Number one, our auditor's report. It's not that I didn't enjoy, reminiscing why I dropped out of business school. But I don't feel like we all needed the hour-and-a-half long auditing lecture. I get that we might want the third unbiased opinion from not town board members. But I'd like to propose an option to this. Number one, you town board members could, 2 at a time, along with Peter, meet with the auditors over lunch, not wasting all of our time, 2 hours, 2.5 hours of lost time that, was money. Or we could make this a slightly more interactive process by adding screens or some kind of document viewing so that the public can follow along and at least sort of try and keep up with business school. All right, and to the public, if you can do that, A+ to you. Another example of where we can include or be better with our time management is where we schedule these attorney-client sessions. There is no reason why we should be keeping the handful of people that are crazy enough to still be here at 11:30 at night, waiting to deal with personnel issues and various other issues that are discussed in attorney-client issues. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Dan Burke?
Yeah, good evening, Dan Burke, elder statesman, village of Monroe. But not so elderly that I don't appreciate new technology, and I bless Mary Ellen for taking a step forward. Also, you're looking at a car, I'd ask you to consider an electric car. Do a little research, find out how much it would cost. 11,000 miles a year, 20 miles per gallon, $2.50 a gallon, that's $1,375 a year. Two of those vehicles, you're up to $2,750. So, and you didn't take that into account. If we had an electric vehicle, we're setting up a solar farm. We will be getting electric power at close to zero. So we should carefully consider this. It's not too late. Somebody take a look. Councilman McGinn, you seem you've done some research on this, and I ask you to take a look, see what the money looks like for an electric vehicle. And not so long, a couple days ago, there was air alert in Rockland County, Westchester County, Dutchess County, but not in Orange. But after we get these two new SUVs, maybe we can make the list with the other counties with bad air. And there's a lot to consider about the town of North Monroe. And one is the finances for the town of Monroe. And that has to begin. We can't wait until it goes through the county. The county said, okay, and then it's left up to, a rush. There's elements that want to do this. And they're not looking at what it might do to the town. So the financial impact on the town should be made public as soon as possible, and it might be $1.5 million a year. And the village of North Monroe might be entitled to take $1 million cash with them. So those factors we have to know what they are. All right, thank you.
Adriana?
Regarding North Monroe, what Mike Goldstein said is absolutely true. You're not getting rid of one block, you've simply substituted a block vote. You've substituted the village of KJ block for the KJ Alliance block. In addition, we need as much info as we can get before the legislator makes a decision. To wait until after the legislator makes a decision is the epitome of closing the barn door after the horse has been stolen. It's too late. We need information and we need it now. If O'Connor Davies can't do the work right now because of time constraints, then you need to hire someone who can. And you need to do it immediately. This is not something you can put off. The lack of transparency regarding North Monroe is absolutely staggering. We, the public, are continually told that information is coming. It's coming. All will be revealed. Well, Christmas is coming too. But a decision has to be made, and it has to be made quickly, and we need information to make this decision. Financially, this could be really bad. I don't know, maybe it's not really bad, but it could be. And to just be like, oh wow, we're all gonna find out. Another thing, Councilman McGinn and Cardone received over 2,500 votes from the KJ Alliance. If these 2,500 votes had gone to Dan Burke, instead of McGinn and Cardone, Dan Burke would be there now. So I don't want to hear you ever say that you did not benefit from a block vote, because guess what? You did. 2,500 votes is a block vote. And one more thing, a pet peeve. Where is Mr. Sheeran? Does he actually exist? Nobody has ever seen him. He never shows up anywhere, except I assume you're cutting checks for him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon?
Lower the mic so we can hear.
I'm going to be your comic relief.
We have
Okay,
it.
just
Hold on, I just gotta wake myself, I'm sorry. Okay, I got it.
Good morning.
All right, good, I'm okay here, okay. All right, so the people that don't know me, I'm Sharon, Nanny Sharon. I'm an animal advocate, and I'm here on Bogey and McCall's behalf. And so you guys don't know what I'm working on. Harley and I met 8 months ago. And at that time, I never dreamed what would happen has happened. So actually, I'm going to be giving good news out. This is Museum Village Road. It's a map of Museum Village Road. I showed up here 8 months ago, kind of telling everybody, I don't know if you guys know, but on Museum Village Road, right where the Twin Lakes are, and then there's the pond in the back, it's a marsh. And I never even knew how magical it was back there. It's so fabulous. And I would have never known 8 months ago until we started the project. So I stopped here, for the people that don't know, to ask Harley to help me clean up the area. Basically, for the last 8 months, we have been doing just that. So one of the first things I did was get a water test. So we tested the water. And that's when I found out what marshes really do. And in case anybody doesn't know, I got educated. And it's kind of hard to believe this. But marshes actually clean water. The plant life, the lily pads, all the cattails. And by the way, there's a biodiverse group of animals that live there. Everything that I've seen there, from a beaver to otters to muskrats to blackbirds with red wings, and it's just so fabulous. So I wanted to show you guys, this is Bogey and Bacall. One of the things I stopped here 8 months ago was to ask for 2 signs, or some signs, and we did get the signs, and they're on Museum Village Road, and they say Swan Crossing. And if you haven't seen a swan cross a road, it's the most hysterical thing in the whole world, and I'm going to pass this down. So this is the swan crossing. This is the swan crossing signs that we put up immediately. Okay, you're going to say, well, why does it matter if a swan crosses the road? Well, you haven't lived until you've seen a swan stand on the road equivalent to your height. And of course, I'm 5 foot, so this is what, to me, that was really big. This is what the marsh looks like today. So Harley gave me 4 guys, Eloy, Webster, Christine worked with me, and 2 other gentlemen, all came to the park. So many times, we got 20 bags, hefty bags, worth of recyclables. You're gonna say, where did they come from? In the lake.
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. So the news is we did have a baby in the spring. Her name was Grace. Grace was taken by a possum. There was 4 other babies, and this is how beautiful it looks today. One of the other reasons is we have to stop the stuff that's going into the lake, and the only way we can do that is I found that there's 2 culverts by the Crystal Run that's going directly into Bogey and Bacall Lake, and I'm asking for some grates. So basically, the grates keep the recyclables from coming in, and if the marsh dies, just to let you know, a marsh holds 1 million gallons of water. 1 million gallons of water. But the pollutants that come in, okay, just 1 second, the pollutants that come in get cleaned out, and they run off into your wells, into the grounds and everything. But anyway, so I'm here today to thank the board for giving me these people, and these are how beautiful the lake is today. The turtles are gorgeous. This is not really and Bogey and Bacall all cross at the right place.
You trained them well.
That's because the sun's up.
And this is what Grace looked like. Grace only lived 4 days and something, a possum or a raccoon. Thank you for your time, but I just need a grate. I need a grate for those 2 culverts that were covered, that was saved. Okay, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the water shows that the water is not polluted, that's true. That's what it is as well.
George, can you zero in on this? This is our,
Grace. Grace was taken.
Hi, Grace.
Go.
And let's be very ill.
Okay.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
take it.
And one more, no
Veronica?
Wait, one more. Okay. And that's what's, okay. Next speaker. Hello.
Hi, just a couple of things. The auditors that were here were presenting, they did present the board with a rough draft of their audit. I know that they recommended that that not be handed out, but maybe the attorney could opine on that, since it was presented in public. Isn't that subject to FOIL? Since it was presented in public and the board has it, it does not come under FOIL request if one wanted to do so. My other thing is to the young man who dropped out of business school. You're a very intelligent gentleman, I can see. But I would also add to his time management, if two specific councilmen who hopefully be out of a job come November would stop filibustering the meetings and putting their political agenda forth, that would save a tremendous amount of time for the rest of us who are crazy enough, like the young man said, to sit here. I would like to add something on North Monroe. I would venture to say that specific council people were not in on those negotiations, and I'm grateful that they weren't. And the people that did represent a very big voting population in this town have the good sense and the good mind to represent us fairly and honestly. Can't say the same for two specific, especially the supervisor, could do that for us. He was voted by 98% of the KJ main faction. And what I am proud of that United Monroe has done is educated the people of this town and has gotten out a high voter turnout in previous years. And that's what this board, Mr. Doles and Mr. McQuaid, are afraid of, is that people are informed, educated.
I'm not running.
You're not, oh, thank gosh, is that official? You're officially not
2
running?
years ago, you weren't paying attention.
All right, just please finish your comments.
Anyway, I'm glad to say that the United Monroe has awoken this town and people are afraid and they're gonna be out of the $64,000 a year job. And I don't like to make it political, but since we go there every time with Mr. Doles, here we are. So thank you to the lady who did the whole cleanup of the ponds. That was very nice of you. I think she left. I think she did. But if you could just opine on that whole FOIL request, I'd appreciate it, because it's something I would like to potentially do for our group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else, Mary Ellen?
That's it.
Okay.
You want to comment on that?
Yeah, look, generally, when it comes to draft documents, they're not, required to be disclosed, but certainly exemptions to FOIL are not, not exemptions that have to be necessarily withheld. So in this case, the auditor stated that I think the financial numbers on this draft document aren't going to change. So certainly, the board's province and or the records access officer to release the draft document if you choose to do so. We can certainly review it first, but I don't know that there would be anything in there that would be confidential or otherwise exempt from disclosure.
May an individual board member give one of the,
Just put it on the web.
listen, if it's okay, I'll give it to you right now. Is there anything which prohibits me from giving it to, council?
I haven't reviewed it yet, so I just said I would need to look at the document.
I'll wait for council.
Yeah.
You with Lois?
It's almost my
All right.
birthday too, I thought it was a gift.
Listen, after January 1, it's gonna be hard for us to get any of this information, so,
I doubt it.
yeah, that's what I mean. That's cute.
Bye-bye.
All right,
Okay.
please.
I'll comment quickly. Mike got up there, I agree with basically what he said. We're being represented by people who don't represent us. I also am a citizen of the town. It would be like me being a Democrat, having a Republican party or committee go up and negotiate for the town instead of the elected officials, whether they're Republican or Democrat, doesn't matter. Years ago, this board was always Republican, supermajority, and they represented us. Did I always agree? No, but they were elected and they did their job to the best of their ability. What's going on now is a travesty, and I do believe it's also a if you watch the lines, we'll see what happens with the block votes, which one gets cut out, the bad guys, and which guy gets let into the town to vote historically for UM will be, I guess they'll be the good guys, as long as they vote the right way, I guess. Secrecy and openness, Mike hit it on the head. I believe in openness, and I think we should invite these county people down here right to our meeting in the later summer and have us discuss it with them in public about what's going on. Because we have two UM guys here, we have a Democrat, two Democrats and a Republican who isn't UM. I think we have a right to see what's going on for our town and for the people we represent. And I think that's been a real bad joke, in my opinion. Dan, electric car, great idea. Maybe Mike can look into that. I know he's done his homework. It would be a nice savings for the gas and for the air pollution. We have them at my new training center out in Long Island City. We have a stand there with a blocked off area for electric cars to charge up. And it's a welcome sight. So a lot of unions and different businesses are also getting into this technology. So good point, Dan. Kate, lack of transparency going on here now is absurd. I find it insulting because I was accused of it years ago when we, past and present boards, are very transparent. I think that we should be allowed to do the negotiations, not a local group that is really basically a political party. I wouldn't want the Democratic Party doing it either. And as far as the KJ main faction, someone acted like they're bad, and I guess the alliance is good because they're our friends. I'd like some of the friends to come up and introduce themselves to the public and let us know what their plans are for the zoning and for the voting and for the school system here. I think that would be educational, because if you want to educate the people and not just have them drink the Kool-Aid without knowing what's going on, then put away the Kool-Aid container, bring everyone out in the front, turn the lights on, and see who scurries away and who stays and says, this is what we want. Let's be honest. Thank you.
Listen, I'd like to just make a quick comment. Mary, I did not know about the community block grant when that was available. If it was in our package or whatever, I never saw it, so I can't comment on that. As far as the EFC grant goes, in speaking with the town engineer and just going on their guidance, their opinion was twofold. One was that the project would not meet the criteria because it was not large enough. Two, there was not enough adequate time to do it because SEQA would have had it been done and it would have been a 30-day window. This is what I'm being told. And three, they kind of felt that the back work that was already done on it, because it did not, it would not have met the New York State guidelines potentially for the labor requirements to who could perform the work and all that stuff, would not have qualified that past work for it. So that all being said, that's not to say that there aren't other options out there, low cost financing of this debt that the water district has incurred, and we're going to look at every available option going forward and try to figure out a way to bring the money that's already been expended in future repairs down to make it a little bit more bearable for 42 homeowners up there.
I just got two comments. First one is, there were some minor discussions. It wasn't like we didn't do anything, but it was out of our hands. And if you're smart enough to understand, UM had leverage. So if you understand the whole process that was going on there, UM had leverage.
Why did you aggregate your responsibility?
Secondly,
You weren't interrupted, Mr. Goldstein.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
It's amazing that you can't be considerate.
Secondly, I find your arrogance at constantly attacking me for fixing a bid and actually saying that is totally false. You're getting your information obviously from someone else on this board, like you have in the past, and you've been wrong consistently. So there was no bid fixing done by me or anybody else on this board pertaining to the furniture. That's it.
Which furniture are we talking about?
Whatever
Oh,
furniture
we're
you're
not
talking
talking,
about.
oh, we're not talking about which furniture.
Ask-
Anyway,
ask
my
him.
turn. All right, and this is really, I guess, just kind of left, but I'll do it this way. According to what I read today on one of the more popular websites, or Facebooks, the county legislature, the county executive, Steve Newhouse, United Monroe, Kiers Joel, have spent hundreds of hours negotiating North Monroe. And the time allotted every other elected official, school administrator, the 80,000 residents of Monroe, Blooming Grove, Woodbury, and Cornwall, 0. But we have good news. United Monroe and Mr. Brescia have agreed that there will be 2 public hearings in July. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to explain, submit, or offer their opinion why separate then equal applies in creating a new town, in this case, North Monroe. Trustees and mayors of the villages of Woodbury, Monroe, and Harriman, South Blooming Grove, Washingtonville, and Cornwall, and from what I understand now, Chester, will each have 3 minutes to state why North Monroe is the only solution to peace. Town supervisors and board members of Monroe, Woodbury, and Blooming Grove will have 3 minutes to offer on behalf of over 80,000 residents they represent how separating Kiers Joel's 5,500 block votes of the majority faction versus the opposing KJ Alliance's block vote of 4,500 which supports United Monroe in townwide elections is do or die for Monroe, our neighboring towns and villages and school districts. The residents of Monroe will have 3 minutes to ask why, if United Monroe already has a majority on the town board, court, and highway, 100% of the elected officials in both Monroe and Harriman, and total domination over on the Monroe-Woodbury School Board, that the only solution, the last chance for Monroe, is to rid themselves of what United Monroe has called thugs, bullies, serial environmental offenders existing outside the United States Constitution and the establishment laws. So, as we start heading towards Wednesday afternoon, come to this county legislative meeting, let your voices be known as to why you support North Monroe. We're not saying it's good or bad, or we're saying ask questions. This should have been done publicly from day one. Obviously, council, my colleague here, believes that they possess a certain skill set that county members, even their own candidates, their own elected officials here on United Monroe do not possess. That only they are capable of being able to represent the people they say they represent. And now, Kiers Joel and the Kiers Joel Alliance. So that being said, I turn it over to the next councilman if they'd like to opine.
Thank you. I'll make brief. Good morning, everybody. I'll be brief. A few meetings ago, we had one of the trustees from the village of Monroe here that made some comments about members of this board. I don't expect to agree with everything that's said at the microphone by anybody, but there is a way to respond to people. We are the elected officials of this town. We represent this town. And I think that although some of us are, things are said about each and every one of us at one time or another that we may find distasteful, we have to keep a civil tone. And I think that keeping and maintaining a civil tone is important, because where we sit at this point, we are the official voice of this town. So if any accusations are made, they're taken very seriously. There's a way to disagree at the microphone. There's a way that we can disagree from this particular perspective that we sit here as town officials, but we should do it in a manner that is dignified, a manner that is clear, and a manner that shows respect not only for the people of this town, but also to this board and whoever stands at that microphone. At times, members of this board get very excited and heated and start saying things that I think is very disrespectful to the town and to this board. That's not our place. Our place is to be clear, concise, to the point, but we are not supposed to be disrespectful. And I call on each and every one of the board members to keep that in mind when we respond to people. We can disagree, but I think we should do it in a civil manner. I think the political discord, even in this country, has gotten very much out of hand. And I think that it should start here. We don't always have to disagree, but I think we should do it in a civil manner. With that, Mr. Supervisor, I think you are correct to this extent that you should make an official call on the county exec and ask him to come down and speak to us, because it does affect all of us here. I don't care if you agree or disagree with what was done by a private grassroots organization, but I think what we all have to admit is that we all live in this town, and that we should get to the bottom of certain things, and we should all have a voice. It shouldn't be circumvented by anybody. This is our town, all of us. We have 3 villages and the unincorporated town. This is our town together. So I thank you, everybody, for your comments, and most of all, I thank the people of Monroe that come to these meetings and stay here till past midnight, even though I know many of them have to get up at 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the morning. I thank you for your patience.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
I have one thing to bring to your attention. Just about the
comments
comments.
to applaud my councilman for his generosity. I'm talking about Mr. Kalon. I think that what you've done today, you had mentioned that we are the official voice of Monroe. Some people say yes, some people say no. That's democracy. But you said it right. We are the official voice of Monroe. And this voice has been denied a right to be able to sit at the table and decide Monroe's future. I have asked, and I will ask again, to Mr. Newhouse, Mr. Brescher, all of them, Mr. Grabenek, everyone, come and tell us what you're going to do to help us out. It's been years, and no one has been here in years. And I just want to thank you for having the courage to be able to say and invite Mr. Newhouse to do something which he should have done on his own, which all these county legislators, all these assemblymen, all these state senators, everybody who comes and criticizes Monroe, but doesn't have the guts to be able to come down and face these people week after week, month after month, year after year. So thank you very much.
With motion to adjourn?
Yes, one thing on the vote. Do you want to open it? Otherwise, we're not going to open it.
I'm not gonna pass it tonight.
Yeah, I'm making a motion to adjourn.
I second
it.
When's our next meeting?
10th.
So we're gonna stall it that long?
We voted on this one.
Okay, so we can open it then.
So Jen, just,
No, we have to hire, Rick, we have to hire.
Hire the people.
we already have money in the budget, don't we?
Yes, we do. We're just gonna hire these.
To hire what?
The recreation aides and the lifeguards and the 2 people for the, to run the place. We had the names and all that, and whatever we're gonna pay them.
We have one person that I interviewed today. We have another person who worked at the boathouse in the past.
And one is being interviewed on Wednesday.
You can do it now, you can, we can sit and talk about it in the back, or else you may as well.
12:15, if you didn't talk as much as you did prior to this, we would've had time to do it.
Well, we have people who summer jobs for the kids, so I don't wanna give that up.
If you don't want to open the boathouse, don't open the boathouse.
I make a motion, we approve to hire recreation aides at state
We have a
minimum wage.
motion to adjourn in a second.
Okay, you're right.
In discussion, call the question.
Aye.
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 We're not gonna hire kids? Real nice.